All right, good morning and welcome to Helping Clients Succeed, Closing the Sale. Today you're going to focus on learning a process, a practical, principle-based process that will help you help your clients be successful. And in turn, in helping your clients be successful, will help you become more effective and become more successful in everything that you do. As you notice on the screen, this is, as it says, a 12-week playbook system for increasing win rates. So rather than focus on this just being a one-day event, a one-day session where you kind of show up and learn some great stuff, think of this more as a 12-week playbook process, and we'll get more into that as we get through the day. And so when you think about this helping clients succeed, closing the sale, today is part of an entire process. Within helping clients succeed, we break the sales cycle down into 4 components. At the top, you see the concept of plan, and that's personal planning, account planning, territory planning, planning to be effective in the world of sales. The way we look at it is you have to plan to be able to win. Once you plan effectively, you move into a section of the cycle we call fill. Think of filling the pipeline. Either people come to you or you go to people. And typically in today's world, people aren't knocking on our door enough, and so we've got to develop outbound marketing, outbound sales initiatives to be able to fill our pipeline. Once those deals get into our pipeline, now we move into an area of the pipeline called qualify. And in qualify, we become highly skilled and highly effective at qualifying deals through or out of our pipeline. And we get really good at knowing what is a good deal that we should invest time, people, and money into, and what is a deal we should just walk away from because it's not going to be a win-win. And then eventually, and what today's going to focus on is the area of close. Once we qualify a deal through the pipeline, we realize that we're going to dedicate all of our resources, all of our energy to make this a win-win solution for us and for the client. We're going to put our best foot forward and we're going to win the deal. And so today, rather than focus on the whole helping clients succeed cycle, it's all about looking at it from the level of close, of how do we win business when it comes to sales? How do we become more effective at that? We're going to use a lot of different materials throughout the day. Those materials are in front of you to be able to help you learn this not only today but for the next 12 weeks. And so if you take a look at the materials in front of you, you see a couple different pieces that we'll be using. First and foremost is the actual participant guide itself. You see the guide on the right-hand side as you open up your materials. And you'll see that the guide is actually broken down into 2 effective areas. The white tabs, you see 4 of them, mindset, skill set, tool set, and samples, are the tools that we'll be using today to learn the process, to learn the principles that we'll focus on. If you turn past them, you see an orange tab that is actually labeled Playbook, and that's the 12-week implementation and execution part of this program, and we'll dive more into that as we go forward. Tucked away in the front of your participant packet, you see a couple more resources. One of them is a set of practice cards that we'll be using throughout the day. You'll also be using them a lot in your 12-week execution playbook. There's 3 different sets of cards in here, and we'll be using those throughout the day, and so you've got your practice cards. You also have a pen to use throughout the day, and most importantly is a thumb drive in here. The thumb drive contains all of the tools that we'll be using today in electronic format. We'll be using them today in paper format, and they're all here in your materials. But when you go into the effective playbook part and into the execution of this, we give them to you electronically because that's how most people work today. And so you'll see the call plan, our pre-assessment, everything is in here in terms of tools. Also on this thumb drive, important to know, is an entire set of videos separate from the videos that you'll see here today. There's about 10 videos you'll see today. There's more videos on here to help you get even better at the materials. So today is about just kind of learning the process, getting a high-level overview. The 12-week playbook process with the tools and resources on here are about getting really good at it. That's what we're looking at there. So we'll use all those materials throughout the day, and we'll help we make sure that you kind of know exactly where we are at any point in time. If you don't, feel free to just raise your hand and we'll help you recognize where we are. One of the things we want to do as we jump in is just kind of get used to who's at our table. We'll be doing lots of different exercises today. We'll be picking accountability partners, all kinds of things like that. You'll be doing a lot of discussions at your table. And so we want to make sure that you're familiar with everybody that's at your table. And so what we'd like to do is give you a couple minutes just as a table to do some introductions. And so if someone at each table would just start, introduce yourself by name, what role you play, the organization that you're from, and just a little bit in terms of kind of where you live, just so we get used to each other. We'll give you you a couple minutes to do that. If someone at each table could start, and then we'll get back together as a group. All right, let's pull you back in. And so hopefully you've got a chance just to get to know at a very starter level the folks at your table. And very soon you're going to be deeply involved in some role play, some exercises, some practice cards to be able to get to know each other even better. So as we go into the day, we're going to show one of our first videos, which is called Our Promise, which is our promise to you based on this content. Everything inside of the sales performance practice and inside of helping clients succeed is based on a core principle. And that core principle is printed on the bottom of page 1. So by show of hands, can I have someone that would volunteer to read that principle out loud? And if you could just raise your hand for me. Someone that would read that principle out loud. Sir, do you mind?
Helping clients succeed is the essence of sales. The more passionately and skillfully we focus on creating success for our clients, the more successful we will be.
Okay, so that's a core principle that everything inside of the sales performance practice is based upon. So in this video, you're going to meet a gentleman named Craig Christensen, who is the practice leader of the sales performance practice globally. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about that promise that we're making inside of this content. So let's tune in and see what Craig has to say.
Hello, I'm Craig Christensen, the sales performance practice leader for Franklin Covey. Welcome to Closing the Sale, a 12-week system for influencing decisions. Our practice is based on one core principle. The more you focus on creating success for your clients, the more successful you will be. In our 25-year experience, we've seen this principle work with over 35,000 global sales professionals and sales leaders on every continent around the world. When individuals and teams embrace this principle and consistently apply it to a few key skills, it shows in their results. They differentiate themselves as top performers. If you consistently apply the principles and skills in this program, you can and will improve your ability to close sales more frequently and more predictably. As a sales professional, you may know the pain of losing an opportunity, especially one that required a huge investment of time and resources. You also know the thrill of winning. Now, these unpredictable highs and lows can be frustrating and a draining experience for you, your company, and your clients. We're not promising overnight success. It will take commitment and hard work, but we know it's possible. We're confident you can do it. You can count on more predictable success because the skills you learn are based on sound, time-tested principles. Today's program is not a one-time event. It's a 12-week process designed to help you practice these principles. A key to your success will be to choose an accountability coach, a sales leader, a peer, or someone you work with regularly. Meet with your coach weekly. Hold each other accountable to the playbook assignments. We invite you to keep an open mind today. Participate fully and make a commitment to apply these principles and skills in your own sales practice. We look forward to your success. Welcome to the journey.
Craig said a lot of really important keys to the today and to the 12-week process and to just the process of improvement inside of there. One of the things I want to point out specifically is how do you succeed by helping others succeed? How do you succeed by helping others succeed? Who has some thoughts on that? If you could raise your hand for us. David?
You know, I think if others sense that you have their best interest in mind, they're more likely to listen to you. I heard an old adage that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. If you're interested in helping them, then they're more likely to listen and find that result.
Yeah, absolutely. Others? Starla.
I think that you create a relationship, and a relationship of trust and of value. And in order to be really successful and continue on with continuing business with somebody, you have to be able to value and trust each other and open up those doors of communication.
Yeah. So a lot of it's based on trust, right? Being able to create trust in this relationship and not have it just be a one sale, but really a relationship going forward. So I like that focus on relationship. Craig talks a lot about this concept of our promise, and I want to really focus in on that. So if you'll turn in your participant manuals over to page 2, at the top of the page, you see this promise rewritten. Again, Craig talked about it in the video, but we want to make sure that this really just rings true and kind of gets set in your mind as we move forward. It says our promise, if you consistently apply today's mindset and skill set, you will increase your win rate by achieving win-win outcomes. So I just really want you to focus on that promise. That's really what today is all going to be about. And so if you think about that and looking at this concept of will increase your win rate, probably really important for us to just level set on this concept of win rate. What is win rate? Because everybody kind of looks at it differently depending on what you do. So if you take a look in the middle of the page there, you see a working definition of win rate. Now the reality is, in today's business world, there are numerous ways to measure win rate. Many of which we have found salespeople don't even know. That if you ask a salesperson inside of an organization, how does your leadership measure your win rate? They're not even sure, because sometimes it's complex. And the reality is maybe sometimes it's not really being measured as such. There's things we're measuring, but it's not win rate. For this promise to ring true, for you to be able to keep accountability of yourself and your partner, your accountability partner, we want to give you a method of measuring that. So if you look in the middle of the page, we're going to define win rate from this point going forward. Again, it's kind of regardless of how your company measures it. That's important to know. But for the purposes of this, for the next 12 weeks of really being able to figure out how you're progressing along on this promise, we're going to look at it as the number of final business decision meetings or presentations that you've done. So think of when you get to that final stage of your sales cycle, where this is the meeting that there's going to be a final yes, we win the business, or a final no, we haven't. How many of those have you had divided into how many did you win? And so it's a really simple mathematical equation that just requires a little bit of tracking for you. So how many times did I have an ability to win a final business decision meeting or presentation, and how many of those did I win? So if I had 4 of them in the past month and 2 of them led to business, my win rate would be what? 50%, right? So I'd have a 50% win rate. And from there, what we're promising is if you consistently apply the mindset, skill set, and tool set inside of the resources we're providing today, that 50% will get better over time. And so it's a pretty significant promise from that standpoint. And you see a little statement there at the bottom of page 2. It says you can count on more predictable success because the skills you learn in today's work session are based on sound, time-tested principles of top sales performers. You heard Craig talk about the sales performance practice. We've spent the past 20, 25 years working with thousands of sales professionals around the world, and that's really where this material comes from. And so that's why we say it's time-tested, it's proven, it works. The question is, will you put it into practice inside of your discipline from that standpoint? And so as we look at this, in the beginning, on that first slide, you saw that it talked about a 12-week playbook process. And we talked about principles and things like that. And so we want to dive in a little bit deeper to that. If you take a look over on page 3, let's shed a little bit more light on this concept of this 12-week playbook system. What is this? Now, Craig made another promise in that first video, which I don't know if you heard as much as the good promise, is that he said that we don't guarantee that this is going to be simple. Do you remember him saying that in that video? He says it's actually going to take some work. It's going to actually take 12 weeks worth of work to be able to make this stuff actually begin to have effective change inside of you. And so you see here on the screen 12 weeks. And so I would welcome you right in your book to put today's work session date. And since yesterday was Cinco de Mayo, it's very easy to remember what today is. And so today is May 6th, if you just write that in there. We talk about a 12-week process. And so let's walk into the future and go out 12 weeks. It's unbelievable when I actually planned this out. Does anybody want to guess where 12 weeks is from today? It's August 1st. It just seems like that's so far away, but it's only 3 months from now. So August 1st is actually that Friday of that 12th week, and so let's just put August 1st in there. Now you see a space in the middle for the accountability partner. We're going to actually do that as we go into our first break, so just leave that blank for right now. But this is that process. And so if you take a look over on the bottom of page 2, you'll see a little gray bar in your book. Everybody see that gray bar? And that says, it's a note, and you'll see them spread throughout our materials. It says, refer to playbook week 1 on measuring improvement. So let's actually go back there and take a look at how this playbook actually works. If you turn back to the orange tab for playbook, and you take a look at week 1, it's that front-facing page, you'll see that week 1 is about measuring improvement. And so the first week, there's a whole system of actions to be taken. Review pages 2 to 3 in the participant guide. That's all about win rate, the length of time for that, all of those kind of things. With your sales leader, review your company's sales cycle, process for calculating win rates. So the first week is really spent on getting really crystal clear on how do we measure our success as we go through this journey. And then the weeks continue to follow. So if you look back on page 4, as we look at that cycle, page 3, I'm sorry, you'll see that you go along week by week, and then all of a sudden after week 4, what do you see there? What's after week 4? It's a report out, right? And so every 4 weeks in the process, on week 4, on week 8, and on week 12, we take a time out and we do a report out. Now that report out is to your accountability partner, it's to the leaders inside of your organization, and it's also to us in the sales performance practice. What's working as well as what's not working? What success have you had? Where have you gotten stuck? What would you like some additional help on? What other resources can we give to you to make it even better for you? And so as we look through today, we're going to do a lot of things in today's session to begin this process, but it's really key to remember that if you just attend today, you kind of put this on the shelf with the rest of the training materials that you've got, and you do nothing else with it, you will pick up a few golden nuggets. You'll pick up a few key things that are important to you, but you won't get the full impact of the 12-week process. Let me just slow down there as we describe this process. Any questions, comments, or thoughts about the 12-week concept of execution and playbook inside of today's program? Does it make sense? And we'll keep looking at it throughout the day just to make sure that we're familiar with it and get you in there so you understand where you're going with that. Everything that we talk about, and this is going to be something that we look at later today with the call plan that we actually teach you, is we start everything we do with our clients and with you with a very clear end in mind. And so if you take a look over on page 4, you're going to see some stuff about this concept of this end in mind. And so our end in mind for today, why we're actually here, is that we would like you, and we're going to invite you to kind of think about this end in mind now, and at the end of the day, we're going to actually call the end in mind. We're going to give you a chance to say, did you meet the end in mind? Will you actually do this? And so our end in mind, as you can see here today, is for you to decide if you will consistently apply the mindsets and skill sets to achieve that better win rate. So that's the end in mind that we're focused on today. By the end of today, will you make a decision to consistently apply the mindsets and skill sets to have an effective impact on your win rate going forward? So that's kind of our goal, our desire as we go forward. As we focus on this, the whole content, the day's event is all in this concept of closing the sale. And so it would seem to make sense that as we talk about the word closing, we should probably have a definition of what that means. And so let's look at it through this lens. If I say the word closing, what comes to mind? If you just raise your hand and we'll get some insights. When I say the word closing, what comes to mind?
Payday.
Payday. Absolutely, right? So some money in my pocket. What else? When we say the word closing, Gene?
Wrapping up all the loose ends, bringing closure.
Okay, I like that. Wrapping up all the loose ends and bringing closure to a process or an event that's taken a while. Another one?
I think it just actually means the end of one process, i.e. commitment, so now that you can move on with the actual what you sold.
Okay. So rather than see it as just an event, it's actually part of a bigger process, that this is just kind of the commitment phase we close, and then there's a whole bunch that comes after that. I like that as well. What else? What else comes to mind when you say the word closing? Go ahead.
It's, I don't know, not competitive, but it's that's when you've won. That's the victory. That's, when you go into that final meeting and customers on the fence, you go in, and when you're done, you've won.
Yeah.
And the job is yours. Payday, purchase order, whatever it is for where you work.
The reality
That's
for a lot
closing.
of us in sales is we're competitive, right? We're competitive in nature, and that's it, man. That's when we're doing the victory dance when we walk out to our car that we won. all of that energy and effort that went into this process, it's done, we won it. And there's a personal victory at that point in time. And so I like that phase as well. And so let's just take a moment to kind of take some insight into how we look at the definition of closing. And so welcome you to kind of take a look at it through our lens. We look at the word closing, and to us what it means is that closing is a process of decision making, not an event. Let me say that again. Closing is a process of decision making, not an event. And so here's what I would like you to do. If you look at the top of page 4, you will actually see this with a little bit more definition behind it, a little bit more richness. And so if you look at the top of page 4, it says the closing zone. Closing is a process of decision making, not an event. The closing zone includes all incremental decisions that narrow choices and enable the client to make the final business decision. What I would like you to do is just grab your pen and underline any key words or phrases that just kind of stick out to you in terms of how we look at this process of closing. Just underline key words or phrases, things that jump out to you as being important as we think about this idea of closing. All right, if you just raise your hand, who has something that they would share with us? What jumped out to you individually as we define the concept of closing? If you'd raise your hand. Sorry.
In my opinion, Sales 101 is closing also is making a decision, narrowing it down for the decision, after the next decision, and the next step, proceeding forward.
Okay, so closing 101, it's a decision process, right? It's step by step getting closer to a final decision. What else did someone underline? If you'll just raise your hand, what did you say?
It's enabling the customer, it's not forcing the customer.
Now there's a nuance there, and so by enabling the customer, what do you mean by that? Dig into that a little bit more.
It's their decision, it's not something you're cramming down their throat, it's something that you're helping them get to that point where they're a partner with you in the decision. They're also closing.
Yeah, and so if you think about it, some people may view closing as an event. There's a lot of people that probably think of it more as an event, not as a process. What's the inherent danger of thinking of closing as simply an event, a one-time occurrence that just happens? What's the danger in that? Kind of get a laugh. There's something going on when it just makes you break down and laugh. What would you say if you could speak up?
You tick people off.
Say that again?
You tick
people off. So there's a chance where if you just look at it as an event, it's something that you almost do something to someone. And so it can come off negative from that standpoint. However, if you look at closing as a process, what are the benefits of thinking of closing actually as a process? Ken?
Well, if you think of closing as an event, it's an event. It finishes. It's an end. There's an end to something. If you think of it as a process, you're still in the process of maintaining that customer, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, don't lose sight as we go through this today that many people do view closing as an event. And they walk away and they say, hey, my job is not to implement or execute or manage the account. We've got account managers that do that. I'm off to go do what? Go sell, go close another one, right? And so we're just looking at it through a different lens saying that's an option, and many people have that view. We're going to look at it a little bit differently to say that it's a process. It's not an event that closes and ends, but rather a continuance from there. So let's dive into this a little bit deeper and check back in with Craig and talk about this concept of the closing zone. He's going to be talking to you about things that are on page 4 and page 5. Now let me point something out to you. A lot of us are note takers. I am as well. And so a lot of us have a tendency to take a great deal of notes as we're watching videos. As you take a look over on page 5 specifically, see where it says closing zone best practices and top performer differentiators? Those are most of the key insights from the videos. And so what we've tried to do for you is put all of those kind of golden nuggets from the videos right into the participant guide so that it frees you up to just stay focused on the video. It's not to guarantee that everything's in there, so if you hear something that really sticks out to you, you might want to jot a note of that. But for the most part, everything is really well put into the participant guide. So let's check in on this concept of the closing zone and hear what Craig has to say about this being a process rather than just an event.
The closing zone is where we stop offering options and start narrowing decisions so the client can make a final business decision. This zone can be compared to the game of American football, the only sport I have any firsthand experience in. As you move the ball downfield, your objective is to get the ball across the goal line to score. Each 10-yard marker represents a new set of downs and the chance to keep moving forward towards the goal line. The final 20 yards is known as the red zone. This is where strategy changes and decisions start to narrow. You carefully plot your series of plays or decisions to optimize scoring. Likewise in sales, as you move towards the final business decision with your client, you also have a goal in mind: to win. You carefully organize each client call to influence and benefit the client's decision-making process. You have a chance to keep moving forward towards that goal. The final stage of the closing zone is where you move from divergent thinking, creating as many options as possible, to convergent thinking, narrowing decisions that lead to the final business decision. In our 25-year experience working with sales professionals, we've learned that success in closing the sale depends on three things. First, top performers sell with the intent to achieve win-win outcomes. What do we mean by win-win? That both the salesperson and the client benefit from the outcome. Second, they skillfully prepare and create the conditions for good decision-making in every client meeting. They spend less time talking at the client and more time discussing with the client those decisions which will best serve the client's needs. Third, top performers have a simple, reliable process for good decision-making, which they use over and over again to achieve win-win outcomes. Because success depends on these three things, we invite you to adopt this important mindset about your role in working with clients. My role as a sales professional is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes. Think of a time when someone you trusted helped you make an important personal or professional decision. Did they pressure you into making the decision? Or was their intent to help you make a decision that was in your best interest? Did they do all the talking? Or did they listen carefully? Ask questions to help you weigh options and narrow your choices. Did they go at a pace you were comfortable with? Like a trusted friend or colleague, you can become someone your client has confidence in to help them make good business decisions. Sales professionals who intentionally and skillfully help clients make good decisions will not only close sales more frequently with increased predictability, but will become valued and trusted advisors in the process.
Again, a lot of rich insight in that video, and as we begin to debrief that, I want to ask you a question that came from that video. And so when you think about some of the points in that video, what is the purpose of a client meeting during the closing zone? What is the purpose of a client meeting during the closing zone? What'd you say? In the back?
Decision-making.
Decision-making. Talk a little bit more about that.
Decision-making in terms of bringing you down the field, as it were.
Okay.
You know, you've presented different options. Each meeting should make decisions on those options, move you further down where there's fewer options. Ideally, creating a situation where the things that you're eliminating are the competition as well as different options, so that when it comes down to it, you've created a situation where the obvious decision is to choose you and your company.
Or
not, if it's
or
not the right decision.
Right? So we're always going to hold out that or not. We're going to talk a lot about that today. The obvious decision is for you to make a good business decision. And my hope is that that's with me and my company, and it may not be. And that's the purpose of the closing zone, is to narrow those choices. And so, like that concept earlier we talked about enabling decisions, that we've been divergent for a long time. Keeping in mind, the sales cycle might have been 12 months long for some of you. It might be 12 weeks long. It might be 12 days long. But there was a part of the sales cycle that was divergent in thinking. You're looking at options. You're weighing choices. In the closing zone, we begin to become convergent, getting rid of decisions, getting closer to that final business decision. A lot of other really important things in that video. Anything else that stood out to you as you thought about that video? Starla.
I was thinking that actually quite opposite of what oftentimes I think of in closing, like, okay, I just made a bunch of money off you. Rather, this is solidifying a relationship or a partnership that we are going to make money together, or that we have made a good decision together and we are partners. And that will lead to what further business and hopefully good networking and good referrals.
Yeah.
That will.
And I like how you started that by saying it's quite the opposite. And so it's what we call a paradigm shift, right? That, as I look at this, it's not about just I'm making a whole bunch of money off you. And hopefully you are. That's why we're in sales. We're making money. That's what we do, right? This is a for-profit business for a lot of us, and we're making money. And at the same time, we're helping you make money. And this really is that win. You're going to see the words a lot today. It's a win-win for us and our organization and for you. And at any point in time during this closing zone process, that it becomes clear to either one of us that it is not a win, then there might be better options for us. And that's on my side as the sales professional or your side as the business person. That's not my hope. My hope is that I win and we do great business together. But that's a reality that may exist, and we'll dive more into that. Yes, in the back.
My business, sometimes I do pull away and say this is not the right decision for you.
Yeah.
How many professionals can do that, I ask?
It takes a tremendous amount of integrity, right? And let me just ask you, and I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but can you ever think back, and no obviously is an okay answer, can you ever think back where you made that decision and that actually benefited in the relationship with that client, even though you didn't do business at this point in time, that you still remained good business friends, colleagues, and there were a chance to interact with them later? Did that ever happen?
Always.
Yeah, because if I would have went forward and pressed, and I might have been able to make something fit, and we've all been there, we've all had those deals where it wasn't a great deal in its design, we get into implementation and execution and everything begins to fall apart. That might ruin the relationship because it wasn't a win-win. But when I have the ability, the integrity, the capacity to kind of walk away is the salesperson, like, this is not what you need. Other people, let me introduce you to my friend David. He's got what you need. He can help you. I can't. Let's save our relationship for a later time where we might be able to do great business together. And so that's a huge part of this. Anything else that came to mind as you looked at that closing zone, the definition of it?
Well, I really like the concept of this being a process, because as you move through these decision steps, as people have mentioned, you get a good sense for whether you can meet their need or not. And so when things go well, my experience is you get down to that final meeting, there's not a lot of pressure. I mean, it should almost be a natural consequence of the meetings and the decisions that have been made to that point.
Yeah, I like it. And what happens, because there could be an instance where we press for the decision too early. Right? And so I like what you say, that when we get there, if we've done this well, it's just a natural consequence from every meeting we had. It's just the day where we actually sign the papers. But we've been working at this together. Is there a chance that some sales professionals actually kind of I like the football analogy, kind of throw a Hail Mary and just see if we can get this thing to close now? And so what's the reaction? What's the result if we, on our side, go for the close too early? What do you think? What's the result of that? What if we push for the close too early?
Well, I think that the decision-making process along the way creates a certain segments of buy-in along the way so that you become more comfortable. Bypassing that, it might be a stark no, not only no, but heck no, I'm not going with you. And you'll wonder, where did I miss something along the way because of my speed to get there?
Yep, my desire, right? Keyword being my desire to get there. Yes, what would you add to that?
Well, a Hail Mary is inherently an act of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no, I mean, you can you can practice it a little bit, but I mean, it's what you do when everything else fails. It's what you do when you've got nothing left but a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And that tells your customer that that's all this guy's got.
Yeah. And am I willing to stake my individual reputation on that, right? And so it's a huge part of it. What would you add?
I would say if we're pushing also, sticking with football, you could fumble the ball. Mm-hmm. And then you're in trouble. Then you lose a chance. or you've got to start over because you've messed it up so bad that, well, we need to go back to ground zero and start all over.
Yeah, I like that analogy because you think of, again, if you think of a natural cadence as we just march down the field together, that if I push too hard, I may not lose, but I may fumble and take a couple steps backwards where there was a natural, now I got to go back and I got to rebuild that trust, regain commitment. And so I like that continued analogy. In there, Craig asked you some questions that are really insightful that I'd like you to dive into. So if you'll turn over to the next page, Craig asked you to think about yourself and think about a time when this actually happened to you. And so on that page, you see some questions in terms of when have you, and this could be personal, it could be professional, just think of a time where it kind of jumps out to you that this happened, where someone actually came along your side, kind of put your arm around you and really helped you make a really big decision. Maybe you were deciding to move or change jobs. Right now, we're making a huge decision as to what to do with my youngest son. And we have a very dear friend who did put their arm around us and say, okay, well, here's the options if you choose to go homeschooling, which we've never done. And they helped us on that journey. And so some really key questions on that page. I want to give you a couple minutes just to think through that process and think about the role that person played for you in that decision process. So take a couple minutes to think of a situation and answer those questions on that page. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this role that we play and that others have played for us. And so who would share just some thoughts or insights in terms of what role did that person play for you that was beneficial to you, thinking through how we may be beneficial to our clients? Who would share something that they just wrote down? Go ahead.
He played the role of a mediator and a sounding board instead of judge, jury, and executioner.
Okay. Hopefully not the executioner part, right? And so sounding board just kind of listened. I hear a lot of listening in there. And so I didn't know what I wanted to do, but he was there to listen. He or she was there to listen, just bounce some ideas off of, not to judge me, not to tell me what to do. And so again, you think of that kind of in a role of what we can play with our clients. Others. How was the person helpful to you? What role did they play?
Shared experiences, maybe both past and and things that we may have gone through.
Okay.
Like the sounding board.
Yeah, and what does it do for you if someone's able to share past experiences? Hey, I've done this before. I've been there.
Well, then you have more confidence.
Yeah.
Like if you've kind of been through this, you kind of know what could possibly be expected.
Yep. Good or bad.
Exactly.
Here's what went well, here's what didn't go well, but I've been there, I've walked in your shoes, and I can help you with that. And so you want to think about those kind of things when we think about the role that we play with our clients. Now, what we have found is that people that are in that space, that really reach out to help others, to help them make a good decision, that act as a good sounding board, that build trust and share experiences, they all share a very similar mindset. And this is the mindset that we're going to welcome you to focus on for the rest of the day. So if you take a look at the top of page 6, the mindset is that my role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes. Take a look at it. It's right at the top of page 6. The top performer mindset, what we have found, the best of the best, view their role, their mindset, the way they think about themselves as a sales professional, is that their role is to influence decisions to enable win-win outcomes, to enable win-win decisions to be made. And so that's the mindset that we're going to focus on throughout the day. Earlier we talked about mindset, skill set, tool set. That mindset throughout the day will be applied through 4 different skill sets that we'll spend time on. And so we'll look at that mindset through the lens of identifying the end in mind decision. The second skill set is addressing key client beliefs. The third is on resolving objections. And then finally, towards the end of the day, preparing the conditions for good decision making. So if I hold the mindset that my job is to enable good decisions for win-win outcomes, these are the skills that we will apply that mindset through, looking for one result, which we've talked about already, which is an increase in win rate. And so that's the lens that we're going to look through this through the rest of the day. And so as we go through the day, we'll carry that mindset forward in through each of those skill sets. We're going to jump into the first of many tools that we'll use for the day, and we're going to look at it through a very interesting lens. And so I'm going to welcome you to what we call the closing call plan. And so if you look back in your tools, back by the samples, right before the samples in the tool sets, you will see a closing call plan, and it is actually perforated. So I'm going to welcome you to actually just rip that thing out. Go ahead and rip out one of those perforated risk assessments and also pull out one of the closing call plans. Now, what we'll be doing with this closing call plan throughout the day is actually creating a blueprint. You see a picture of a blueprint on the screen here and also in your book on page 7. We're going to be creating the blueprint for the next client meeting that you're going to go on with a client that's currently in your pipeline. And so for this to work best, what we need you to do is to focus on a client that you will use throughout the day. So in the bottom of page 7 says for you to choose a client opportunity that you're going to invest the rest of the day on. Now let's put a little bit of parameters around that. You're going to spend roughly the next 6-7 hours focused on this client opportunity. So we want it to be an opportunity that is worth that investment. So think of a relatively must-win deal for you. For it to work best, it needs to be a deal that is kind of in that closing zone area. So it's not a brand new deal that just went in your pipeline. That would kind of be back in the qualify phase. But a deal that's kind of getting towards its end phase. We're in that area where we're beginning to bring things together, that convergent thinking. For those of you in the room that might not have one that fits that, you can think of any general meeting that may be coming up. It could even be an internal meeting, a meeting with a vendor. It's just a meeting that requires and will benefit from some really good thinking and work over the next 6 or 7 hours. So let me give you a second to think about that. Think about that meeting and that client, and just write that client name and that opportunity right there on page 7. Now, as we jump into this process, one of the things that we've realized over time, working with great sales professionals like yourselves, let me ask you a question. Sales professionals in general, maybe not people in this room, but just in general, are they more apt to overjudge their preparedness or underjudge their preparedness for closing a deal? What do you think? You're smiling. What'd you say? Over, right? So we sometimes, with best of intent, we sometimes overjudge our preparedness or where we are in terms of this. And we might go for the close a little bit too early, throw that Hail Mary. And so one of the things we find vitally important to do as you enter into the closing zone is to do an assessment. And actually, we recommend that you do it many times for some of you, depending on the complexity of your deals, that you slow down to be able to figure out, well, how prepared am I to enter into this closing zone? And so if you'll take a look at the closing zone readiness assessment, this is designed, it's an assessment that is designed to help you determine how ready you are to walk this client and this opportunity through your closing zone to enable that good win-win decision. At the top of at the form, you see the opportunity, that's what you just wrote down, and the potential meeting date if you already know when that meeting is. So if you've got that information, go ahead and write it down. And then you will see a series of 10 questions. And those questions are asking you to rate them on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being I strongly disagree, 5 being I strongly agree, and there are 10 questions there. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to go through those 10 questions and answer them. This is one of those things that you want to do just at a gut level response. I'm literally going to give you about 3 minutes to do all 10 of these questions. Read, answer is what we're looking for. Not read, contemplate, think about, what about, well, no, just whatever your gut level response is, mark it. Once you take all 10, you'll see a total there. And then at the bottom of the readiness assessment, you actually see what we call a risk assessment. How much risk is there in this opportunity at this point in time? And so you take your mark, whatever your total is, let's say you had a 38, and you just put a little line there on that risk assessment. You see that as you get up into that 50 range, low risk. You are probably well on the way through the closing zone, very near that final decision, that final meeting. On the other side, you see if you score a 10, you're at a high risk. There's a lot going on. And so here's what I would like you to do. Individually, think of the opportunity that you're thinking about, and I would like you to spend 3 minutes, really you're going to have to do this pretty quick, just 3 minutes rating those top 10 questions and then totaling them up and putting an answer onto your risk assessment scale. Let me give you 3 minutes to be able to do that. If you have any questions, raise your hand and we'll come around and answer them. All right, now the fun begins. And so earlier I asked you the question, said, do we have this tendency to overrate ourselves or underrate ourselves? And I think most of us agreed that we sometimes have a tendency to overrate ourselves. So it would probably make sense, once I've done an assessment on my own, I should maybe get some peer insight, some peer thinking. Am I really where I think that I am? And so here's what we're going to invite you to do. At each of your tables, one of you scored highest. Not done this yet where there's been a tie. If there is, one of you just go. One of you scored the highest on the scale, and so someone might be in that 40 to 50 range, if you will. But when I say go, you're going to figure out which one of you has the highest score on your readiness assessment. We're then going to have everybody else at your table become a peer kind of accountability and a coaching partner to say, are you really where you think you are? Because you just rated yourself pretty darn high. I had someone in a class recently rate themselves at a 48. And my first question was, why is this deal not closed? If you're at a 48, man, you're just there. And so whoever's got the highest score, what we're going to have everybody else do is kind of just push you a little bit. Now, be fair, be nice, but be real. So if you look at that very first question, it says, I know the specific needs of each decision maker who will be attending this meeting. If I rate that as a 5, you should probably have some questions that you could ask me, and I better know the answers to those questions. One of the very first questions you may ask is, well, who are all the decision makers? And as soon as I say, well, I think, hold on, call a foul and say, wait a minute, you think. Do you know this? Well, I've been told, so hey, we're not at a 5, we're maybe at a 4. Okay, so you think you know who they are. So do you know each, how many are there? There's 3. Do you know each of their criteria for making this decision? Well, I've been told that, hold on, we might not even be at a 4, maybe we're at a 3. And so your job is to really just be a peer coach to that person. As I said, be nice, but be real. See if their measurement really is where it is. If it's a 5, they may be able to defend well, and it truly is a 5. Now, we're going to give you about 5 minutes to do this, so you're going to have to go through it pretty quickly. You probably won't get done, but you'll get the gist of the exercise. So find out who's got the highest score. Everybody else becomes an accountability or a peer partner for them. Be nice, ask them some questions, see if their rating is real or if it needs to go up or down a little bit, and see what you come up with. We'll give you about 5 minutes on the exercise.
Okay.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to ask all those who rated themselves and were the highest score to line up, and we're going to kind of put you in numerical order in terms of which one of you overrated yourself the most. No, we're not going to do that. Cause a sense of panic amongst you. We're not going to do that at all. And actually, I'm not even going to ask those to share whether or not their number went up or down or if it was real, because that could be embarrassing. What we have found in the past, let me ask you what we have found in the past. What do you think we find when someone takes their deal, their assessment, and gets some peer feedback? Do you think that number goes up, stays the same, or comes down?
Assuming it goes down.
What are your thoughts? Think it goes down? It's very, very natural for us to think better about our deals than are real. And when we give people a chance, peers, to be accountability partners, whether it's a boss or a coworker, but someone to kind of look at it from the outside in and really start asking us some questions, we really get a real assessment of where we are. And it gives us some great insight going into this meeting, which is where we're going to go next. And so a lot of times those numbers do come down. Yes?
I think naturally as salespeople, we're optimistic about things. That's kind of our job, is to be optimistic about things. And I know when I run things past my boss, he's very detail oriented, and I come away with my tail between my legs and go back to the drawing board again because he's asked me those critical questions. So.
Yeah. And those kind of questions are very helpful, right? They're very insightful to us because sometimes we don't know what we don't know. We don't see what we don't see. And someone from an outside can say, well, have you thought about this? Well, let me ask you about that. Well, I heard you say, and those are the insights that we're looking for. So let me ask you a question. If you took this very first tool, this assessment, this readiness assessment, and used it more often on more real deals, what would be the benefit to you and to your client if you actually made this part of your daily practices? What are your thoughts?
I like this because at first when you said it's not just somebody that just made up, and I thought of a hard client that I have that I've been working with, but now he's not returning my phone calls and it's ticking me off. And so on this one, I like the questions, so you can actually be honest with yourself, saying, hey, and it prepares you for the next meeting, the steps, what you need to accomplish to prepare.
Absolutely, yeah. So this assessment helps me. And again, we said and again, we have a lot of different variety in the room. And so there's some that are a little bit complex, some that are very complex in terms of your sales cycles. The more complex your sales cycle is, the more often you would want to do this. So you may do this once a month as you go through the closing zone, wanting to see that those numbers keep getting better and better and better, less risk, and you know that you're heading in the right direction. And it also helps you, like what you said, that it helps you actually begin to determine, what do I need to do in my next meeting? I may have thought where the next meeting was going, but now based on this, what do I need to do in the next business meeting? And that's actually where we're going to go in our first skill set, is determining the end in mind. And so remember, when we go on break, we're going to go on break in a couple minutes. Remember when we go on break that there was an important part we want you to remember, which is to choose this accountability coach. So if you go back to page, I think it was on page 3, where we looked at our process, right in the middle of the process between the start date and the completion date is that accountability partner. And so that partner doesn't need to be someone at your company. It doesn't need to be a boss. It can be someone that you don't really even know, but just someone that you want to have some accountability with. As you go through the playbook and say, okay, what do we have to do in week 1? Who can I bounce these ideas off of? Who can I practice these cards with? During our first break, 15-minute break, we want you to find someone in the room that you will act as accountability partners with and put that person's information down on that page. And so that kind of wraps up our mindset, if you will. And so if you'll turn to the skill set tab, it's time to actually take that mindset and begin to apply it to some very specific skill sets. Now, I shared with you the mindset about 7 minutes ago. Without looking back, who can remember what the mindset is? What did we say was the mindset of top performers when it comes to closing the sale? Don't look back. Who can remember it? What would you say?
Process of decision making.
Okay, that's close. That's the closing. So we think of closing as a process of decision making leading towards a win-win outcome. And what's my role in it? To enable decisions.
Influence
decisions.
decisions.
To enable decisions and influence those decisions towards that win-win. So we're going to keep that in mind. I'm going to keep recalling that all day long. That's the mindset that top performers use when they think about closing. That it is a process, not an event. It's about enabling good decisions. It's about how do I walk my customer through this. So my role is to enable good decisions that lead to win-win outcomes for me and my client. Now, what we're going to do is begin to look at the skill sets, and you see them listed there on the tab of the skill set section. We went over 4 of them. We're going to look at this first one through a video. And so let me introduce to you a team of people. We're going to watch a video, a little bit different in kind than the first one was. We're going to introduce you to a sales team, as they are preparing to go on a sales call. And so you're going to meet the team. The team's going to be with us for the rest of the day, and you're going to see as they work through their sales process how they do some of these things well and how they don't do some of these things well. And they're actually going to have a chance to get coaching throughout the day. And so let's check in with these folks. This is what we call a pre-meeting interview. They're about ready to go on to their client meeting. Let's just check in with them and see where they are in this. And so this is the pre-meeting interview.
My name is Mel, and I work for Runner Island, and we're looking to upgrade our manufacturing software. I approached TDS because they worked really well with our Chicago facility. I thought it would be a great fit. James and I met about 7 months ago, and we've been working feverishly to come to some sort of conclusion on whether or not they can assist us with this transition in our company history.
I'm James, and I work for Transform Data Services. We're a global data services company. And today, for the first time, I'll be meeting with Steve, who is the COO, which is a very important person, obviously, in their company, very influential, and important for us to get a buy-in with him to be able to be presented in front of Bonnie, the president. Our companies have done business before. It was a different division, but Brooke, who's actually accompanying me for the meeting today, was the one who closed that business and met directly with the president in the past.
I think Transform Data is the best company for this deal because our version 4 software is cutting edge. It's a clear winner over any other integrated system, and we can really help this company take it to the next level. I think the person in charge of this meeting today is Steve. I know he's an important part of this process. I've never met him, but I know that Bonnie is the decision maker. I feel like she's already in our corner. I feel like she can speak to our past success, and I feel like she might be the key in speeding this along.
You know, the reason we're having this meeting is we are at a point in our company's legacy where it's time to upgrade our infrastructure. We've been nickel and diming ourselves for way too long. It's time for us to catch up with the rest of the industry as far as technology goes. You know, Bonnie is the CEO of this company, and we have a fantastic relationship as the Chief Operations Officer. She trusts me with these kinds of decisions, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so corporate brought in a sales coach on this particular deal.
I'm really glad that we brought the coach on board. I think that it can help us to see where we could improve.
So I'm here to work with James and Brooke. They're calling on Runner Island Manufacturing. This is a big deal to transform data services. And this is where I get a chance to watch it live and then coach them. And what I found from my experience is here, even little changes make big differences.
We were given 30 minutes for the meeting today. Personally, I don't think it's enough. I wish we were given a little more time. We're going to be really tight, but we can do it.
All right, so the question is, based on those interviews, as they prepare themselves to go out and have this meeting with Runner Island, based on the interviews, what do you think may happen during this meeting? What are some thoughts?
I think they're going to direct a lot of their conversation to Bonnie because they believe that she's the decision maker, and it was evident that the COO, in this case, Steve, is the decision maker,
Okay.
and she's looking for his feedback on the decision.
Okay, so there's a little nuance there. What else may happen? Just thinking about where they are.
I think they're going to have to schedule another meeting.
Why so? What gives you that thought?
Because they're saying, I wish we would have more time, I'm worried about the time, but I think we can get it done. And so usually that's saying that you're not really going to have enough time to marinate in that relationship and to really enable your client to come to those conclusions on their own. It's kind of like, we're going to push through this and hopefully get to the end.
Yeah, how many of you have ever been in that situation professionally where you don't have as much time as you wish? Yeah, absolutely. Other insights?
To spin off of that, they have too many key players. Bringing in this coach, they're going to end up doing divergent thinking and all these other ideas as opposed to convergent thinking.
Yeah, I like that.
They're going to bring up too many issues.
Yeah, and so if we're not careful in the closing zone where we're supposed to be convergent and helping enable decisions, if we're not careful, are there opportunities for us to actually begin that divergent thinking again? Where a new player gets involved, it's like, well, what about this? And all of a sudden we're off on a tangent. So that may happen as well. Others?
Well, Sean, what was going through my mind is this meeting coming up, is this to open the discussion, to find out the needs, or is this really to try to close?
Yeah.
Because we don't have a lot of information to go on.
And there's almost some conflicting thoughts amongst the sales professionals, right? It's like one's thinking, the other's thinking, and so, yeah, absolutely.
The comment that our solution is exactly right for this company is a little premature, and it appears that we're diagnosing before we are prescribing before we really diagnose.
Could be.
And that can be dangerous.
Yeah. Do you want to find out how it goes? Yeah. Let's actually find out. So let's watch the meeting. And as you take a look at this meeting, I welcome you on page 8. You see page 8 is a blank notes page. To just take some notes. Let's say that you were actually their coach instead of Craig. If you were their coach, what do they, kind of just two things, what do they do well? And where did they get stuck? Just take some notes for yourself as you watch this video. And so here's the actual client meeting itself.
Steve Lesser,
Nice to meet you.
James, I've heard about you. Thank you very much
Great
for
to
being
meet
here
you.
today.
So glad that you could make it.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. Boy, is there a lot going on right now.
Oh, yeah?
There is, truly. I'm actually sorry to tell you this, but we're going to have to cut our meeting short today, okay? I've got some construction going on. We're making some adjustments. So let's do this. I want you to know I've read through your proposal. I have that here, okay? So I'm
Great.
familiar with it. I understand the numbers. What I'd really like to learn today is why. Why should we choose you? What is it that you have to offer us that your competitors can't give us?
Sure. Well, thank you, Steve, and I'm glad you read the proposal, and we're very excited to be here with you today. I guess the first thing that I'd mention is we are the #1 global company in data services. So we deal not only on the hardware side of things, we're on the software side of things, and the consulting. And so we wrap together everything in a nice package so you can focus on your business. You know, I liked the opening. I thought it went well. I think we hit all the major points. I think I brought him up to speed on a lot of stuff.
It didn't move me. His opening statement was the same message I've been hearing all along.
Even if it was a little bit redundant, you know, it's good to reinforce those points. So Steve, just to give you an idea about our clientele, just on my trip here this morning, I passed 5 billboards of companies that we represent already. And there's a couple that we're pitching right now. So I hope that gives you some comfort as far as what we can deliver for you.
Yeah, I understand that. I get that. And it is an impressive clientele. I don't know that we're exactly the same as some of those clients that you have.
Steve is a numbers guy, and he really is bottom line. He wants to make sure that we meet our budget.
Let me tell you this. When I first got your proposal, I immediately went to the last page because I knew the price would be there. And I mentioned that so you understand how important that is to me.
Sure.
And $700,000 plus, I can tell you now, is a deal breaker. I have a budget, $500,000. You give me what I want, I could increase that a little bit, 5–10%, but you have to understand that it's just out of the question. Can you do something for me? Can you work with me and work within my budget?
Steve, I mean, we will do everything that we possibly can to get that number as low as possible, where there's a great balance between the value that we'll be able to provide and the cost we'll be able to get for you.
I'm sure that we could go back over the contract, but I do want to point out that there's a lot of value built into that price that translates directly to your customer, and that I think you would find within a year would exponentially pay back. That investment would be made over and over again within a year of implementing these processes.
So I'm aware of that, and I understand return on investment. I'm all for that. James, I'm just gonna ask you flat out, can you do this for $500,000?
Steve, we want to work with you, and we will do everything possible, so we will make it work. Somehow we will make it work.
My first opportunity to work with James was all right. I don't think that I would have caved on the price quite so fast.
He caught me off guard a little bit, but at the same time, the ultimate goal I was thinking was, let's just get to the next level. Let's get to the down select. You know, at this point, it's just kind of like a dog and pony show, you know? And so I was just thinking, let's make it through to the next round.
I also want to express another concern I have. I know a lot of your clientele, as you discussed, is very, very big. We're not that big. And I'm wondering about your implementation strategy. Is it a one-size-fit-all type of strategy? Is there some more customizations? How do you approach that?
If I may.
Yeah.
You know, we're a leader in our industry because we customize. And we didn't start with giant global corporations. We started with smaller companies, and we learned how to work with people's individual needs. One person who can talk to you about that is Bonnie. In Chicago, you know, there were processes that we developed together that were especially for your outfit in Chicago. So that's what we specialize in.
She really tried to appeal to, you know, Bonnie and her relationship with Bonnie, but that's really not gonna have much to do with this decision.
I did bring this. You know, these blue numbers are what we projected in Chicago when we worked on the project together. The green is what's currently happening with your outfit in Chicago. So you can see that the projections didn't even come close to hitting half of what is actually happening. So that initial investment pays off, I would say, threefold within a year.
And I can also speak to,
Please,
I can also speak to the length of time that we've spent working together in the last 7 months on what it is that we're specifically needing for our company. They're already looking to how they can facilitate our business to the next step.
Okay.
So.
All right, well, I appreciate that. And I am familiar with these statistics. We also keep some others that you're not privy to about that specific implementation, which I'm not gonna go into at this time. But I do need to let you know that I still have a couple of concerns. Now, given the fact that I need to leave, and I sincerely apologize for that, I'd like to do this. Let's meet together again and give you an opportunity to address the concerns that I've expressed today. Nell, if you could set that up and meet with them, and let's do this in a week. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
That sounds
All
great.
right,
Thank you.
fantastic.
I think that we gave him everything that he would need to see that we are a great fit for them. But I could also see that that information and that data wasn't really getting through. So we'll see.
You know, all in all, I think it went well. You know, no meeting is perfect. We always have to adjust. Time got cut short. There's always things you have to adjust on the fly, but, you know, can it really be that much improved on? I don't know.
All right, so we know how they felt about it. The question is, how did you feel about it? So we're going to have opportunities to visit with Craig and the sales team and the clients throughout the day. On that first meeting, what were your insights? Just want to put some things up here on the flip chart in terms of what did you see that went really well? And what did you see where they kind of got stuck? And so let's start on the positives. And so who would point something out that you saw that they did really well? What would you say?
Well,
Let's start on the positives first. Hold on to that one. We'll come back to that one in a second. What did you see that they did well, Ken?
They did finally catch on to the fact that he was a numbers guy and brought out their spreadsheets to show them some cold hard facts on the numbers. Honestly, that was all I caught in there for the positives.
So I like what you said. They eventually caught on that he was a numbers guy and they went to the data sheet, right? So if you're a numbers person, I got to speak your language and here's some facts. I can provide facts to you. Others, what did they do well in the meeting? What would you say?
Got another meeting.
Yeah, they got another meeting. And so for a lot of people, and he went in saying, if we can just get to the next step, that's my goal. And so another positive that they experienced was that they indeed got another meeting. Okay, what else? Anybody else on the positives? Did you think of one?
Yes. When Steve expressed his concern about, you work with a lot of big companies, we're not that big. I think they pointed to their Chicago operation, so they turned it back at least toward their company, not just about them, but about their company and what was going on.
And what did you like about that? Just their ability to handle that objection, or?
They didn't handle the objection all that well. At least they related to what was going on in their business and their Chicago operation, which was closer to, I think, what Steve, was interested in.
Okay, so kind of brought his question back to their office. Okay, now let's put on our coaching hat and where did they get stuck? Who has some insights and thoughts about kind of where you would offer them some guidance or coaching?
Well, I was surprised that they were surprised that he was going to question the cost.
Okay. You were surprised that they were surprised.
Right, because the guy came back and he goes, I was kind of surprised about, I was taken off guard by that question.
Okay.
Really?
I was kind of surprised by his pushing on the money. I heard another comment.
They didn't express one benefit other than increased revenue. How?
Really didn't get to the benefit for the client.
And if so, I like the phrase, so what, who cares?
Okay, so not only what is it, but let's dig into it a little bit more. Let's explain why you'd make that investment, which in and of itself is already lower than we put on the table. What else?
They didn't really ask him any questions. He basically came out and said, I want to buy your product, but I want to pay $500,000 for it. That's my budget. He's basically telling them, bring me back a $500,000 product and I'll buy it. But they didn't even ask him what that product was. What does it look like?
Yeah.
What does a $500,000 solution look like?
Okay.
What do you need? What don't you need? What can we take out that will get you to $500,000?
Yeah, and when he asked, can you do this for me for $500,000, what was the answer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
and what was Nell's response to that? What did she say? Remember what she said? Surprised he caved on that, right? So already you see that there's some challenges amongst them. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to on break. When we come back from break, we're going to jump into the very first skill set, which is the end in mind. To get very clear, and you see it on the top of the tab itself, identify the end in mind decision. So what we're going to find is that there were some challenges in the meeting because they didn't walk into the meeting with a mutual, shared, clear end in mind for what the outcome of that meeting was to be. And so when we come back from break, we're going to do a 15-minute break. When we come back from break, we're going to jump into the very first skill set, identifying the end in mind decision. During this break, you have a responsibility, which is what? Find an accountability partner, right? So find someone. Again, some people like to work with people they know. Some people like to find a stranger that's really going to hold you accountable. Back on page 3, in between the start date and completion date, there's a line there. You might want to get some demographic information, phone number, email, things like that. Someone that you're going to work with to help hold you accountable, and you're going to hold them accountable during the 12-week playbook process. All right, we will see you back in the room in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. Well, welcome back from break. As we said right before we were leaving for break, we're going to jump in with the very first skill set. So again, we're going to take that mindset. What was the mindset? Let's review. What is our mindset? It's funny how we keep forgetting this, right? About every hour, we'll keep refreshing it. So what was the mindset of closing the sale? It's about enabling decisions, right? It's about influencing decisions towards a win-win outcome. And that's that mindset that we want to carry forward. And we're now going to apply it to the very first skill set. So if you turn over to page 9, in your participant manual, we're going to focus on the very first skill set, which is to identify the end in mind decision. So go back to the meeting and the pre-interview meeting that you just saw and think about their lack of doing that. They really didn't have a focused end in mind and a shared end in mind. And so we look at it through this lens. And you see this actually written at the top of page 9 in your participant manual. Can I get a volunteer to actually read what it says right underneath of number 1, identify the end in mind decision? Maybe you're willing to read that. Just raise your hand for us. Okay.
What decision does the client need to make at the end of this meeting?
Okay, now read that again on your own. Just look at that, read it again. What decision does the client need to make at the end of this meeting? What does that not say? Okay, it doesn't say what the client wants, doesn't say what do I want, what decision do I want them to make. The end in mind decision is focused on what does this client need to decide at the end of this meeting. And that's the way we're going to focus on it. And so as we look at this, going through this process, that's the way we're going to look at this. And let's, again, to begin to understand this deeper, let's go back and take a look at that American football analogy that we talked about. You see here on the screen is we talked about the closing zone, that every single meeting, every single decision point gets you closer and closer and closer to the final business decision. So the way we look at the end in mind decision is inside of each one of those meetings, inside of each one of those decision points, you want to open the meeting by stating the end in mind, and you want to close the meeting by calling the end in mind. Let me ask you, what benefit does it add to these incremental decisions that we're making when we open the meeting and we close the meeting with a very clear end in mind? Raymond?
Well, that way, when the meeting's over, you know if you've accomplished what you set out to accomplish.
Speak up a little bit more, if you will.
That way, when the meeting's over, whether you run out of time or whatever, you can reassess. You know if you've actually accomplished what you set out to accomplish, and you know what to plan for the next meeting, or whether
absolutely.
you need another meeting.
By show of hands, how many of you ever sat in a meeting that you got to the end of the meeting and the reason that you actually met did not get decided? Has anybody ever had that happen? And so what happens, think about it, when that happens, what happens to our sales cycle? It's going in the wrong direction, right? It's getting longer. And so our cost of sales goes up. It takes longer to make these things happen. All kinds of bad things happen. So when we look at this first skill set, top performers walk into each meeting with a very clear end in mind decision. They open the meeting with that end in mind, and they close with executing that end in mind so that they can help their customer do what? Make a good business decision. And so that's what we're looking for inside of this analogy. And so let's check back in with Craig and our sales team as Craig has an opportunity to work with them on their end in mind. And so if you want to take notes, you're going to be over on page 9 in your participant manual. Let's check in with them and see how they're doing when it comes to their working on their end in mind decision.
Let's just check in on what decision you were hoping would get made in the meeting.
As lofty as it might be, I wanted that deal to close today.
Oh, you wanted it
I
today?
really did. We have a history with them, and we did so well before that it seems like a no-brainer to me. But I understand that that's a little lofty.
What was your...
Well, I was thinking, let's make it to the down select.
Okay, and what do you think Steve's decision that he wanted to make, what do you think that might have been?
He seemed pretty focused on pricing.
Okay, it might have been to establish a price range.
Yeah.
So what happens when you got one decision in mind, you've got another one, and Steve's got another one? You got the recipe for a collision. And kind of saw that happen in the meeting itself. The purpose of any client meeting, anywhere in the sales cycle, is to accomplish one thing. It's not to entertain, it's not to provide them with data, it's not to tell them about capabilities, it's not to do any of those things. It's to do one thing, and that's to enable a decision. In other words, at the end of the meeting, the client can decide something. So if you actually thought about what's the decision the client needs to make, not that you want to make, or what you hope happens, you put yourself in the client's shoes. So let's talk about some guidelines. First of all, Make sure that your end in mind decision that you want the client to make, that it's client-centric. In other words, it's the kind of decision Steve would want to make. If you put yourself in Steve's shoes and you think, what would he feel comfortable making? How about if the decision, end in mind decision was this? Steve, at the end of this meeting, we'd like you to feel comfortable and confident that we have given you everything that you need in order to make a decision in your own best interests. Would that make sense? The next thing is a good end in mind decision is also singular. It's not, let's make the down select. Let's get Bonnie involved. Let's get the deal closed today. How much time did you have?
We had 5 minutes. Yeah.
All the more reason to make sure it is tight. It's a singular decision. Now, that singular decision may involve some minor decisions underneath it, but be clear on the decision you want him to make in the meeting, in the 5 minutes that you have. See, because you still could have said, well, listen, in this 5 minutes, did we give you all the information you need in order to make a good decision? He still could have decided that. And then the third one is a little bit counterintuitive. Can I borrow your hand for a second?
Sure.
What's the natural inclination when you push against someone?
Push back.
Well, yeah, right? I mean, I didn't say push back, and he's pushing on my hand.
Yeah.
Anytime we feel corralled, anytime we feel like stuck into a corner, anytime we feel like someone's doing something to us, like those Jedi mind tricks, we hate that stuff. And so what we're suggesting is when you make no an okay answer, you'll get a better yes. Does that make sense?
Kind of no.
Not really. No, I mean, that's again, what you said is it's counterintuitive. Everything that we've been trained to do is that
against our
that's
religion.
not an answer. That's not the answer. And I need you to come around to understand why that's not the answer.
We've been told too, the more yeses you hear, then you go towards the yes response.
Sure.
Trying to get them to say yes all the time.
Let me suggest the best way to get a yes is make no an okay answer. You see, I'm not saying stop there. I'm just saying if Steve really feels like, nah, you guys don't have the customization I need. If that's the way he really feels, when would you want to know that? During the meeting or after the meeting?
Yeah, during the meeting, because then there's something we can do about it.
Then you have other choices. So think of a no as simply a no, this exit won't work. Great, well, how about that exit? Or how about that exit? Well, this route won't work. Great, how about this one? You still have all the choices in terms of where you go. If you know what he's really believing, you've got more choices in terms of how you can help them make a decision. I was getting the vibes like he didn't think the Chicago facility
I
was
felt that
great.
way too, and
Yeah.
that confused me because that was such a great experience, and that made me feel bad.
Well, that, plus the middle market's kind of comment of you guys deal with the big boys, but not us, which is just really inaccurate. And maybe he just doesn't know that,
Fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
so yeah, having a chance to address that some more.
Here's the reality. No is an option for him, whether you say it or not.
Sure.
And sometimes we kid ourselves, well, if I just don't make no an option, they won't choose it. If we could just look at no as like a road sign. You see a road sign, you don't say, that's a bad road sign. You just say, well, that's some information.
Yeah.
If you saw no, even if at the end of the meeting you said, yeah, in terms of how we'll move forward, the answer is no to this particular decision, all it does is give you an opportunity to deal with that no while you're in the room. You see, because they'll make a decision with or without you. Here's the important thing. Decision-making meetings create velocity. Decision-making meetings distinguish you from your competition. Your competition is coming in to strong-arm him. You're coming in to help him make a good decision in his best interest. And if he has a no in his head, when do you want to hear it? Well, you're right there.
Yeah, and even at this point now, and I do not want to lose this sale. However, at this point now, his no would actually free us up to go pursue something else too. It's not.
Get him there
It's
sooner,
not the
it's
best
better
case scenario, but sometimes you have to reach the end so that you can move forward.
And sometimes
so
a no
it
gives.
seems like it's been a long time. Like it's
sometimes a
time for
no
decision.
serves both of you.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Fair enough. Great. So 3 things. Make sure it's client-centric, that it's transparent. You can actually say, Steve, at the end of this meeting, we'd like you to feel comfortable and confident telling us that we've given you everything you need for this down select decision. Second thing, there's one decision. There's not 8, 3, or 4, or everyone with a different one. You two on the same page. And the third one is make no an okay answer. It makes a yes much more powerful and gives you more options in terms of what direction you go.
There's enough content in that video to focus on just that video for the entire rest of the day. So as you heard a lot of information in that video, some of it rang really loud in your ears. And so who would share a thought or an idea or a concept they heard in that video? Tom?
No is always an option for them.
Okay. No is an option for them and
And for us.
And for us, right?
They're going to make the decision no matter what.
Okay.
So don't just try to avoid it.
Yep. And the more we push for a yes, what happened when Craig pushed on the hand? Push back. If we start pushing, they're naturally going to push back. And so no is always an option. Others, what else did you hear? Go ahead, we'll go you and then come back to you.
It's better to find out what they're truly thinking, not what you hope that they're thinking. That you need to know that in the meeting so that you can, it allows you to pivot, allows you to make a response versus just guessing and hoping that it went off okay.
Yeah, I like that question. He said, would you rather know that in the meeting or when you leave? Because you have a choice. Which one would you rather have it? And obviously, I'd rather have it in the meeting. And so it gives me, I like your language, a pivot point of a direction to go.
I like the concept that decisions create velocity.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people think that, well, I'll just hold off. I need more time. I need more space. Let me think about it some more. And things just kind of linger.
Yeah.
Decisions create velocity.
Or a non-decision inhibits velocity, right? We said it extends the sales cycle. It takes us in the direction we're not looking for, absolutely. So let's take a look at the answer on the screen. And so, you know, what are the benefits to all parties involved when we have a clear and agreed upon end in mind decision? What would you say are the benefits for all parties involved when we do have a clear, shared end in mind decision? What would you say? I'm sorry, Michigan.
The foundation is set so that way an expectation to move on to the next path.
Okay, I like it. So there's an expectation that's been set amongst us because, to be honest, walking into that meeting, did the two of them have a shared, agreed upon end in mind? What did she say she wanted out of the meeting? To be honest, you could see her just smile when she said, to be honest, I really wanted to close the deal. Just from my perception, were the two of them anywhere near the clients? Were they anywhere near closing this deal? Yet she went in with that as her end in mind. And so you got to ask yourself that question. So it sets that foundation, it sets expectation for all parties involved that we kind of know where we're going. So let's take a look at some of the things we talked about there. So Craig talked about and shared with them kind of 3 criteria for a very clear end in mind. And these are in your participant manual over on page 9 in that box. On page 10, I'm sorry. And as he was sharing them, I like what he said in terms of what's the purpose of a client meeting? What did he say the purpose of any client meeting was?
To make a decision.
To enable a decision, right? Which is the same thing. We just want to stick on the language. It's my reason for being here today is to enable you to make a decision. And so one of the things we want to think about is what is the natural decision that the client needs to make at this point in their sales cycle. And really, you could push yourself to say, with or without me, regardless of me in the room, what is the natural business decision this client needs to make? Because if I go too far beyond that, I'm going to become pushy. They're going to become reactive to that. And as Craig said, they're going to have reactance. They're going to feel like they're being led down a path. And so we need to slow down and ask ourselves, what's the natural business decision this client needs to make? And Craig threw up some parameters. Let's focus on them. Make the decision client-centric. Someone share some thoughts about that. What did he mean by that one? Dive into that a little deeper. Make the decision client-centric.
Well, it's just about making the client the center
Okay.
of everything. That everything is, the client is in the driver's seat. This is for your benefit, and this is for the client's benefit. This is to help and aid and assist him. It's not about you. It's your job. You get paid, and you get your reward by helping them. So they're number one.
Yeah.
They've got to be the center.
Yeah. He talked about it in this level of transparency where you can just walk up to him, literally eye to eye, person to person, and say, hey, here's the end in mind for the meeting today. And it's not, I want to, imagine if she would have shared her end in mind. She walks in and say, hey, thanks for meeting with me today. To be honest, I really want to close this sale today, right? That's not client-centric. That was from her standpoint. And so it's all about that client-centric focus. Get out of my own way for a second. Let's think about this client. They're in the middle of a huge decision process. For some of you, maybe millions of dollars in terms of investment and gain. What's the client-centric decision they need to make? Then he went on and said, let's make it a single decision. Talk to me about that one. Singular in nature. What are your thoughts about that criteria? Why is that one of the few criteria? There's not a bunch up here. There's just 3. Why is that an important one? Someone we haven't heard from yet today. Go ahead.
Allows them to focus. If you've got 3 or 4 decisions to make, that really muddies the water. It makes it hard. So one decision at a time makes you focus on that decision and get you a very clear answer.
Yeah. And I like what you said, allows you to focus. Allows who to focus?
Allows the customer.
And?
Yourself,
and us,
too.
right? Because
Yeah.
they're going in there together, and if they have divergent end in mind, how many of you have ever literally been in a meeting where someone brings something up that you're literally like kicking them under the table going, what are you doing? Why did you just go? All of a sudden, off they go, right? And they're not on the same path that you're on. And all of a sudden now, it's like, we're going to stick over there, we're going to come back here. And so we've got to push for our own benefits as a pursuit team and for the client to have one clear, single end in mind. Yes?
I liked when he said, how we give you enough information that makes you comfortable and confident enough to make a decision that's going to be best for your company.
Yeah.
And for me, that it pulls it back towards them. Allows them to say, well, am I comfortable, am I confident, and do I have enough information to make a decision?
Yeah, and there's a nuance with that. So what he shared was he liked the fact that it's, we are giving you enough information to comfortably and confidently make that decision. Now I'm going to put a little nuance on there as well that we don't want to let go of, and see if this makes sense when I say it, and nothing extra, right? Because this is the end in mind. So I want to give you everything you need in this meeting. As a matter of fact, at the end of the meeting, I'm going to come back and check in and make sure that I did that. Have I given you what you needed to be able to make that decision? Because if we share too much, all of a sudden we might muddy the waters in terms of them being able to execute against that decision. And so making it single. And then this last one, and we usually have some good discussion around this one, allowing no to be an okay option. What are your thoughts and insights about that as Craig shared that idea? Who has some thinking about that one? Allowing no to be an okay option. Let's come up here.
Going back to the football analogy, you get down to the red zone, that's narrowing it. And allowing no to be an answer, you're narrowing that decision to be down to what your ultimate decision is.
Okay, yep, you're narrowing it down. What else would you add? Let's go back here.
I would say that if they're that far down the road with you, a complete no probably isn't what they're going to do. They're going to have objections to certain parts.
Okay.
And so you need to find what the objections are to each individual part and work through that part. And it's rare that it would be a no to the whole deal. It's all off.
Yeah, I liked what he was talking about with the road sign. It's just a road sign, right? It's not pack up and leave. It's just a choice. You said it earlier as a decisioning point in terms of that. And so we're going to keep those in mind in terms of the criteria for this end in mind decision. If you turn over to page 11 in your book, you see some sample end-in-mind decisions. And these are kind of what we call the headline views. And you see a couple up here on the screen. Will the terms and conditions work for all the stakeholders? Does our solution fully meet your needs at this point in time? Is the service we provide better than the service you're currently receiving? And so those are just some examples of what some ends in minds may be for people during the closing zone. Now, here's what we want from you. Those are all examples, but let's get real about this. So turn over to page 12. And we want you to do a little exercise as a table, and every single one of you have very different answers to this question. So you're going to share amongst yourselves and write down some thoughts. And so it says identify several, so we want more than one. Think about different clients and different situations. Identify several end-in-mind decisions that are typical for your closing zone client meeting. So think about your sales cycle. As we get into the red zone, as we begin to narrow and create that convergent thinking, what are some typical end-in-mind decisions that you lead your customer through? And again, it's going to be varied depending on your sales cycle. So as a table, if you just share with each other and see if you can come up with 3, 4, 5 that are typical for your table, and then we'll come back together. We'll give you about 4 minutes on the exercise. All right, let me pull you back in. And so thinking about this end in mind, we have created some typical, and we've shared with each other, some typical end in minds that we may focus on during our closing zone. Now it's time to get very real and very practical. So several minutes ago, we had you choose a client that you were going to focus on in your call plan for the rest of our day. And so we want you to go back and focus on that client. So thinking about that client, taking into account where you were on your assessment in terms of where your number is, maybe some insights that you gained during that assessment in terms of what are my needs, where is this client, what are their needs. What we want to do now is have you right on page 12, right, kind of right there where you just were, right at the bottom of that list, kind of that headline view, not long and verbose, not thoroughly written out, but just in kind of as you see in those examples, just the 4 or 5 words, what is the end in mind for the next client decision meeting that you have with this client that you're going to work on. So just at a very headline view, not in terms of being well thought out and well written, but just kind of at a high level of thinking, right there on the last line on page 12, just think about your client, the next decision you're going to hold with them. What's the headline version of your end in mind for that meeting? And put that down in right in page 12. Now let's add then the next step. So at some point in time, we're going to recommend that you actually do 3 things with this end in mind. The first thing you're going to do is precondition it with the client before you have the meeting. The second thing you're going to do is open the meeting with it. And the third thing you're going to do is you're going to close the meeting with it. So you're looking for 3 things you're going to actually do with this end in mind. You've got a headline view, if you will, which is typically not the way we would actually say it to the client. So I wouldn't walk into the client and say, the end in mind is to decide if we can get executive level access. There's going to be length to it. There's going to be language behind it. And so here's what we're looking for you to do now. If you will, in your closing call plan, if you open it up to the very first section, you'll see the opportunity at the top. Go ahead and label the opportunity, the one that you chose a while ago to work on. And then the very first thing in your blueprint, remember we called this a blueprint. The very first thing in your blueprint is for everyone to get on the same page as to why are we having this meeting. And we call that the end in mind decision. So here's what I want you to do. I want you in the next 3 minutes, I'm not going to give you a lot of time because the more time I give you, the more time you'll take. In the next 3 minutes, I want you to draft out in the language you would use to communicate to the customer what the proposed end in mind is. So this is not the headline version. This is if I walked in, said, Tom, thanks for meeting with me today. I shook his hands. Our end in mind is, how would I say it? Now, I'm asking you to draft it because once you draft it, we're going to actually have you go and find your accountability partner that hopefully you found during the last break. If you didn't, you'll have to find one. We're going to have you take your draft, go find your accountability partner, share it with them, and have them give you some coaching. And so that's why we're only calling this a draft. So don't overthink it. You're going to have 3 minutes to do it. Write on your closing call plan, draft out your end in mind decision for your next client meeting. Okay, hopefully you've got a draft right on your call plan, and here's what we're going to ask you to do. So as we learned back in the assessment that we did, sometimes having an accountability partner, a feedback partner adds value. And so what we're going to do is have you take your call plan. During the break, hopefully you found an accountability partner, someone that you were going to partner with to hold each other accountable during the execution process. We're going to ask you to partner up with that person. I'm going to ask you to remain standing for this exercise. It's been a while that we've been sitting. Find that partner, and the two of you are just going to share your end in minds and receive some feedback. So here's how this is going to work. Let's say I'm partnering with Adam. For my end in mind to make any sense at all to Adam, for him to be able to give me some feedback, he's got to have a little bit of context. So I'll say, Adam, here's what's going going on. I'm meeting with this client. This is where we are in the deal. We've had these meetings, and this is who's going to be in this next meeting. And then I'm going to share it. Here's my end in mind. Now, read it right from your paper, because it's hard for me to give you feedback if you're just creating it from your head. Read it right from your paper. Here's what I recommend. Take a pause. Read it again very clearly so that Adam really hears it. And then Adam is going to become my coach. And he's going to look at these 3 criteria. Was it client-centric? Was there a single decision? And was no acceptable? And there's a bunch of other things you could coach on as well. Make sure you hit these 3 things. Now, when Adam gives me my feedback, I am going to say, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Now, even if it wasn't helpful, what am I going to say? Thank you very much. That was very helpful. It's totally up to you to decide what you do with the feedback. That's why this is a draft. Some of you may say, oh, that's fantastic, and you redraft. Some of you say, I still am more comfortable with mine. It doesn't matter. Just offer it to each other. Then we'll switch roles. Adam's going to tell me a little bit about his situation so I understand the context, and then he's going to read me his. So the exercise will probably take 3 or 4 minutes each way, so we'll give you about 7 or 8 minutes in the exercise. Are there any questions about this exercise? Find your accountability partner, about 4 minutes each. Share context, share your end in mind, and receive some coaching. All right, find your partner, and I'm going to ask you to remain standing for this exercise. If you have not chosen an accountability partner, now is the time that you will do so. Remain standing for the exercise, please. All right, let's talk about that process that you just went through in drafting. First your headline, end in mind, then your draft version of your end in mind, and then getting some coaching from your accountability partner on your end in mind. And so in learning and going through all of that process, who would share a thought or an insight that they had about this concept of the end in mind decision? Who would share a thought and insight that they had about this whole process? Okay, Gene?
I think it when you write it down, it helps you process it differently. And even when I had written it down and then had to articulate it back, I said, no, that's not exactly what I wanted to say. So you gain even a greater insight when you have to express it to someone.
Yeah, definitely not a recommendation to have the client-facing meeting be the first time you vocalize the end in mind. Because as you said, as you write it, as you vocalize it, it just doesn't come out the way you want, then you kind of create it and draft it, etc. And so writing it down, saying it actually helps you create it. I like it. Others?
Keep it simple. Don't make it too complicated. I know mine was a little complicated, and he was sort of helping me out. But yeah, keep it simple. Don't bury him with all these decisions.
Yeah, and that's a good insight, because if you think about it, it's not up here in terms of the coaching points, but as we said, there's lots you could coach to. When you share your end in mind with your client, you want it to be simple enough that if you asked them to state it back to you, they could state it right back to you. And so sometimes we have a tendency to get long and verbose, and we miss that clarity, that precision, that laser focus of what this is about. And so it's good coaching, and hopefully you benefit from that. Others, thoughts or insights?
My first go at it, I realized that it was pointed out to me that it was about me. It's what I wanted, and it wasn't very client-centric, and so I needed to, twist it and make it work, and I realized I do that all the time with the customer. So it's going to be a whole new, learning process to straighten that out.
Yeah, I'm smiling because that's probably the single most prevalent thing we coach on in coaching end in minds is it starts with, today I want to. Like, okay, hold on. Remember that client-centric thing we were talking about? Where's that client-centric? I just heard I. And so the second you hear the word I or we, it's not client-centric. This is about the decision they need to make with or without you. And so good insight there. Others, any thoughts or insights you have?
I think getting that other perception, 2 heads are better than 1.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it through my eyes, and I think I'm looking at it through their eyes, and then somebody on the too close to the forest, we are. So they're going, you know what, you're close, but reconsider this, or you might want to come at it in this other way, or it helps to change your perspective and your perception so that you can be a little more clear in what the purpose of that meeting is and possibly getting to that decision-making process with the client. So
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
was a good one.
How many of you have just a slightly different end in mind than you went into this coaching process with? Raise your hands. In other words, you got some good feedback that you'll incorporate. Now, if we partnered you up with someone again, so we just did this exercise again, we've partnered you with someone brand new, you share your end in mind, do you think they would still have feedback on your end in mind? Because it's another point of view, right? And so you almost can't get too much feedback. And as you go through the rest of the call plan for the rest of the day, you're still going to be coming back to that draft. And so with the end in mind is really never final until you send it to the client and your preconditioning. And even then it may change before the meeting. And that's why it's so important in the beginning of the meeting that you state the end in mind that we're here for today. So lots of good insights. I'm going to welcome you as we kind of wrap up this first skill set to turn back to page 2. Let's just level set and ground ourselves as to why we're here. So as we finish up this first skill set of the end in mind decision, let's turn back to page 2. We made you a promise earlier in the day. Can someone read out loud that promise at the top of page 2? Would someone be willing to read that promise out loud? Fern, do you mind reading that?
Our promise, if you consistently apply today's mindset and skill set, you will increase your win rate by achieving win-win outcomes.
I want you to grab your pen, if you will, and underline the single most important word in that promise. Underline the single most important word in that promise. Out of curiosity, what did you underline? Consistent? No. Increase? No. Achieve? No. Apply? No.
No, I had apply.
He had apply. Win-win? No.
We got skill set.
Skill set? No. Mindset? No. We're running out of words, folks. Outcomes? No. Grab your pen and please circle the word if. The most important word in that promise is if. Because if you don't do something with this stuff, nothing is going to change. Now, we've gone through the first skill set in terms of really being able to laser in on the end in mind decision. The only reason you would answer that question, if I'm going to do something about this, is if the end in mind decision adds value to you and your clients. Does that make sense? The only reason you'll do this, to really think through it at this level, is if it adds value. If it adds value, then maybe I'll do something about it. If it doesn't add value, what will you do with the idea or concept? Man, I got lots of other things to worry about, right? So here's my question for you. In this first skill set, being able to laser focus on the end in mind decision the client needs to make at the end of this meeting, what's the value to you and to your clients? If you walk out of here and you apply this skill set, what's the value to you and to your clients as you go forward in your business? Who has a thought to share? What's the value to you in doing that? You want to share a thought or an idea about that? Let's go back in the back.
They get something that matches their needs and helps them, and you get paid.
Yeah.
And a friend.
I like a lot of things there, right? And so, wow, you said a lot there. And so the friend, you build a relationship, right? And you meet them where they are. There's a natural stage to the sales cycle. And so if I can figure out what that is and make that my end in mind, I meet you where you are. A lot of good insight there. Others, what's the value to you if you do this more? Let's go over here.
I found it to be, very liberating in that, you're transparent, you're being upfront, you're putting it on the table. Here's our objective, and whether you choose to work with me or not, here's the process we're going to go through. Here's the steps that will help you enable a decision in your best interest.
Yeah, like that word liberating. It almost sets us free because I'm not pushing for something. I'm not trying to do something to you. I'm here partnering with you.
Well, I was just going to say, exactly. I mean, you're putting your cards on the table so that they can be comfortable and confident you don't have a hidden agenda that you're going to hit them with at the end of the meeting.
Yep, absolutely. And at the end of this meeting, we'll make a decision. Do we carry forward or not? And so let's just mutually decide that. So I like that in terms of liberation. All right, we wrap up the first skill set. We're going to turn into the second skill set. Before we do that, where do you think we're going to go? Before we jump into the second skill set, anybody want to guess? We're going to review something. Does anybody want to guess what we're going to review? We're going to remind ourselves on the mindset. So if you'll turn back to page 6, remember, mindset, skill set, tool set. I'm going to grind this into you all day long. These skill sets only make sense if they're applied through the lens of the mindset. And so someone read to me the top performer mindset at the top of page 6. What was it? Just read it out loud. Who would read it? Let's go. David, do you want to read it?
My role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes.
Yep. So if I accept that as my role, the way that I see my position as a sales professional, if I accept that as my role, then what are the skills that I put into play? The very first one is I get crystal clear with myself, with my teams, with my client on what the end in mind decision is for this meeting. And we're focused on creating decision velocity, that we have meetings that actually make a decision and make the decision going forward throughout the closing zone to a final business decision, whether that's to do business with me or not, right? Now, let's jump into the second skill set then that plays off of that, and that's going to be in your participant manual over on page 13. And so the second skill set, in addition to that mindset, is about this concept of addressing client key beliefs. Once we focus in on the end in mind decision, now my next skill as a top performer is to address client key beliefs. Take a look at the top of page 13, and here is the definition of client key beliefs. It says, what would the client, not me, what would the client have to believe in order to make the end in mind decision with confidence? Grab your pen and underline those words, have to believe. Now, I am going to advocate they don't have what they need to make that decision right now, before the meeting starts. They don't have what they need to make that decision, or what? What if they had what they needed to make the decision? We wouldn't have to have a meeting, right? They're not in a position right now where they are to make the next decision they need to make. My role as a top performer is to get in that client situation, think about that client's perspective, and ask myself, what do they need to believe? They have to believe this to be true in order to make the decision that we're calling for in the end in mind. That's what we call client key beliefs. And so as we look at this, let me put you in a situation. Let's say, hypothetically, and some of you, this is really going to ring true for you. It does for me, because I've had two of them that have been through this already. Let's say you have a 17-year-old child, and the 17-year-old child comes home and wants to borrow the car for a Friday night out with friends. How many of you have been in this position before? So this is really going to ring true. If you haven't, just like your client, you're actually thinking about these for your client. So it doesn't mean that you've been through it. So now let me ask you, as a bunch of parents or not, or just people that can think about this situation, I would advocate that for you to say yes to this request, that's their end in mind, for you to say yes, you would have to believe some things to be true before you would be willing to give this child the keys to this car. What I want to know is, what are your beliefs? And so what things would you have to know in your mind before, with comfort and confidence, you would give this child the keys to the car? So who can think of a single key belief in your mind? You're saying, and these can be very different for each one of us, you're saying this would have to be true, or else I'm not saying yes to that. So who can think of an example of one key belief? Can you think of one? Can you speak up again?
I said, where are you going?
That's all you want to know? So I'm going to Tom's.
Who's going to be there?
Okay, so one of her beliefs is I would need to know, and believe, by the way, right? This is a belief. I would have to believe that you're going to Tom's. She threw in another key belief. I would want to know who's there. So I don't want to know that you're going to Tom's, and I have no idea who's showing up. So one key belief is I want to know where you're going and believe that you're going there. Another one is I want to know who all is going to be there. What's another belief? Yes?
That you are going to keep safety of yourself and your clients at the front. That I want to believe that you are going to not be influenced by peer pressure, that you are not going to be messing around, that everybody's going to buckle up. I want to believe that you are going to put those safety measures in place. Right up the front, because
she's asking for a lot, isn't she?
Seatbelts,
safety measures. So you would have to believe. Now listen, this is really important. She said that you're not doing something. You always want to make sure that you state the key beliefs in the positive, because that's what you're going to try and influence. So I would need to believe that you will not be on your cell phone texting, that you'll buckle up, that you've got people in the car that you're responsible for, and you understand what that is. And so if you believe those things to be true, then maybe they'll get the keys. Who else can think of something? What's another belief for yourself? Let's go over here.
What are the weather conditions and the influences that may be particular to that person getting in an accident?
Okay, so if it's the middle of winter and this outing happens to be up in the mountains and there's projected snowstorms, I'm not sure. This has nothing to do with you, it's just the weather. So I might want to know that the weather is conducive to this outing. Another one, who can think of another one?
What type of activities are going to be taking place at Tom's
I'm
house?
surprised that actually took so long to come out. And so what's going on here, right? So we just went over to watch a movie with Tom and his friends. This is a party. What's going on? And so now, how many key beliefs did we just throw out there? Probably like 4, 5, 6 of them. Now, here's the question, because this is not client beliefs, it's key client beliefs. And so of all of those we just named, 5 or 6 of them, what would you say rise to the surface in terms of being the key beliefs I would have to hold? So if I could just say you could only have 3 of them, and if this child could get those 3 things addressed, they'd be well on their way to earning the keys. What would you kind of say would be the things that would rise to the top there?
I guess I have to believe that this child, as she pointed out, understand how to drive safely and can actually drive safely.
Yeah, so one of the first ones is that you're going to be, if you're brand new at this, or if I don't think you can drive, that's one of my first. So if I trust you in driving, who would throw out another one?
I would say that they're responsible.
Yeah.
They can make good decisions based on the fly.
I have a 14-year-old. I'm dreading at this point in time when he gets his license, because he's not a good decision maker. Right? And I'm thinking, man, I just don't know. Maybe you can drive, but I just don't know you're going to. So you can drive, you're responsible. I trust you in terms of that, and maybe it's drinking and drugs, that there's no drinking and no drugs involved in this. So if we can get those 3 things checked off, you're most of the way getting those key beliefs, and you're getting the keys to the car. So if you think about it, when you're asking this end-in-mind decision that you just drafted, you're asking the client for the keys to the car. And so your responsibility is to get out of your own world for a minute and think about the client's perspective. For the client to be able to say yes to this end in mind, what do they need to believe to be true? And that's what we refer to as client key beliefs. And so if you take a look over on page 14, we're going to share with you a video as Craig starts to work with our folks in terms of understanding this concept of client key beliefs. And so some of the things that you see on page 14 are the high points in this video. So as you watch the video, a lot of the notes are there. If not, you want to take a quick note. This is what we mean by client key beliefs. And so let's take a look at this video.
Let's say your friend wants to go to dinner at a restaurant where you recently experienced poor customer service. What would you have to believe in order to make that end-in-mind decision? Would you need to see a sign saying, "Under new management," to believe they had changed? Would you need several friends to verify the service had improved? Or would you decide it was a one-time experience and gladly return with your friend? Well, it depends. Not only on what you know, but on how you feel. Research suggests that we often make decisions based on emotions, on beliefs, not on facts. We then find facts to support the beliefs we hold. So how does this impact the work we do with our clients? We found that clients are comfortable and confident doing business with us when they believe the following. 1, that we understand their business situation. And 2, that our solution meets their unique needs. They may have additional beliefs that are unique to the client or the context. For example, they may need to believe that our terms and conditions are reasonable, or that our teams have good chemistry, or that our experience is sufficient for their business objectives. We call these client key beliefs. Most business decisions clients make depend on our ability to validate those beliefs to their satisfaction. Do you remember the closing zone analogy? We determined that each 10-yard line on the field represents one client meeting or client interaction. In addition to a powerful open and close. Most of your interaction during the client meeting should be spent offering proof that will validate these beliefs. Without proof that satisfies the client key beliefs, you won't earn the right to move forward to a decision. When validating client key beliefs, be sure to break down your proof into small, logical pieces so that it's just easy to follow. Link your proof to the decision you want the client to make at the end of the call. Add nothing extra. If you give clients more information than necessary, you waste valuable time and you risk losing their interest. Be sure to link your proof to the client's needs. Don't assume the client will automatically associate what you offer with what they need. And finally, answer client questions along the way. Don't wait until the end to address their issues. Your client has a business decision to make, with or without you. Stop thinking about your solution and start thinking about what the client needs from you to confidently and comfortably make a good business decision.
Wow, again, a lot of important messages. And so what would you say as you listen to that video? What were some of the important messages that Craig talked about when it comes to this idea of client key beliefs? Who would share a thought? What were some of the messages? Let's go back in the back.
I think one of the messages was to not bring anything additionally add anything to the conversation. It's constrain your proof points so that you can address the specific need and belief that the customer has.
Yeah. And that is so relevant and so true in practical application. We've done a lot of coaching where we'll look at people's presentations and we look at it through that lens of what we call nothing extra, if you want to write that down, nothing extra. And there'll be a whole section of a presentation we'll say, well, why is that part there? And they'll say, well, that's my favorite part, or that's the part I know best, or that was in there when I got the deck from Tom. All kinds of but it's not really validating a key client belief. And so one of the really important things to think about is in this meeting, I want to address the key belief, give them what they need, and nothing extra. So that's a huge piece. Other thoughts about the messages inside of that video?
When issues or questions arise during the meeting, answer them as they come up. Don't wait till the end. So.
Yeah, and you've heard people say, let's just save our questions till the end. And the reality is if I'm presenting a proof point about a key belief that you have to hold, and you have a question about that, if I don't answer that question now and I move on to my next key belief and my next set of proof points, what happens in your mind? You're carrying that question into the next key belief. And so one of the things we talk about very much is answer the questions along the way. When you get done with the key belief and you've addressed all of your proof points, check in and say, hey, have we addressed everything you needed to know about this? Is there any questions, any thoughts? If we give us a thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing, and then move into the next key belief. So let's dive in a little bit further and take a look at these things called key client beliefs. And so if you look at the top of page 14 in your book, it says most of our clients' business decisions depends on our ability to validate these things called client key beliefs to the client's satisfaction. When clients hold the following client key beliefs, they are better able to comfortably and confidently make the end in mind decision. Please underline those two words, comfortably and confidently. I am trying to give you, Mr. or Mrs. Client, what you need and nothing extra to be able to address these client key beliefs so that you can say yes or no to the end in mind decision. And here are the three that we find to be most prevalent and most common in business. The very first one is that you're able to address with that client that you understand our business. You've listened, you've done your research, you've paid attention, and what I want to know from you, Mr. Salesperson, again, this is through the lens of the customer, is that you understand my business. That's the very first client key belief. Many times we start by saying, earlier you said that, it's all about me, it's I, and we start out with that versus a description that lets you know that, hey, I've listened, I've paid attention, I understand you versus everyone else I've done this with. And so that's the first client key belief. The second one is that your solution meets our unique needs. You have listened, you have paid attention, you have diagnosed, You have understood to the point where you have an idea of a solution and how that solution actually meets our unique needs. And then the third is usually additional key beliefs that you'll come up with. Things that you can add in there and saying, in addition to us understanding you and how our solution meets your needs, there's other things that I need to address as well. And so that third key belief is usually left blank. So let's take a look at how this actually transpires on your actual closing call plan. So go ahead and grab your closing call plan. And if you look at the front of it, you'll see that actually the 3 pages represent the 3 client key beliefs. The very first one is on there written for you. You understand our business situation. The second one is written on there. Your solution meets our needs. And then the third one is for you to fill in addition to those 2 things, what else does the client need to believe to be true in order to comfortably and confidently answer yes or no to my end in mind decision? And so that's what we mean by the client key beliefs. Now take a look on the bottom of page 14, kind of in the middle there, underneath of those 3 beliefs. Will someone read that statement to me right above that hand holding the keys? Will somebody volunteer to read that out loud? Someone who hasn't volunteered yet. Let's go over here.
We make decisions based on emotions and beliefs, not facts. We then find facts to support the beliefs we hold.
I'll just process that for a minute. We make decisions based on emotions and beliefs, not facts. We then find facts to support the beliefs we hold. What are your thoughts about that statement? Is that true? Do facts determine beliefs or beliefs determine facts? What do you think?
Well, I associate it most closely with my car.
Okay, how so?
I emotionally am attached to my car, therefore I will justify any expense to get it right.
Whether the facts support that or not.
No, yeah. It doesn't matter.
So your mechanic's going, just kill it, man. It's time to let this 1974 Pinto go on its way. But I love it, right? And so, yeah, you're right. And a lot of times our emotions override the facts, right? And so that's a really important thing to think about when we think about these client key beliefs, is I can't just come in here and start arguing facts. I have to really get to the level of beliefs, because indeed it is true. Our beliefs determine the facts that we're willing to accept. So if I don't get into the belief level with my client, I just go in there and say, well, here it is, and look at this, and look at that. The facts show we're best. So what? I still don't believe that to be true. My belief is there's other options. And so you really have to key in on what these beliefs are all about. Look over on page 15. Once we kind of analyze what the key beliefs are, again, the first 2 are given to you. The third one you actually establish on your own. And there may be others as well. Once we do that, we then have to figure out, okay, in this meeting, how am I actually going to accomplish that? How am I going to prove that to be true? And so we look at these things called proof points. You see it on the top of page 15. It says proof points demonstrate how your team and solution can satisfy the client key beliefs and help the client make the end in mind decision. Please underline your team and solution. So this is all in. This is me. This is my subject matter expert. This is my VP I take on here. This is all about my solution. How do we help you check off that key belief, the first one, the second one, the third one, however many there are, so that at the end, when we check those all off, you're able to actually make that end in mind decision. We call those proof points. Think about it, almost look like you would a lawyer in court. A lawyer is going to have, collected all kinds of evidence and proof. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, I want to prove to you, Mr. and Mrs. Jury, that my client is innocent. I'm going to offer proof of that in this meeting, in this jury trial, if you will. Same thing. I want to prove to you everything that I can think about. And how are you going to do that? What are what we call proof points? And so here's an equation that may actually be beneficial for you. You see it kind of right there in the middle in orange on page 15. If I take the time to analyze what the key beliefs are, I add to those key beliefs what proof points would I need to address during the meeting to make that key belief a true statement, that will equal the end in mind decision. And so think about it through that lens. And so here's what we want you to do. We want you to think about these proof points in what we call some criteria. Right there on the middle of page 15. What are some criteria that we would want to use as we figure out what am I going to bring to the meeting to actually prove this to be true? The very first thing it says there in your book is that it connects intellectually. I know that sounds really simple, but it's not. Someone break that down a little bit for me. What do we mean by it connects intellectually? My proof that I offer you, Mr. Client, needs to connect intellectually with you. What do we mean by that? Let's go back here.
It needs to make sense. If it's way off, they're just not going to believe it.
Okay. And that could be way off in a couple different directions, right? So it could be way off that it's intellectually not enough. You didn't give me everything that I needed intellectually, so I can't make that decision. Or sometimes you've given me too much. So have you ever taken one of those people with you on a sales call, or maybe it was you, that you talk at such a high intellectual level that sometimes we talk over our clients? And all of a sudden the client's done at the end of your exposition and they look at you and go, can you help me understand what he just said? Because we didn't connect intellectually with the client. So one of the things we want to think about is as I start providing my proof points that I make a connection intellectually with my client. Now that's important, but so is the second one. The second one says I connect emotionally with my client. Talk to me a little bit about that one. What do we mean by that? I connect emotionally with my client. Let's go back here.
Like Dan already pointed out that we make most of our decisions based off of emotions. So we might have the facts right, that you need 10 of my widgets, but if they don't emotionally see that they need 10 of your widgets, you're never going to get them to buy them.
Yeah, I think back to that old saying, all things being equal, people buy from people they like, right? All things not being equal, they buy from people they like. And so it's about chemistry between us, that I not only do that intellectual and give you everything you need from that standpoint, but I'm also a real person, that you and I are able, and our teams are able to connect from a standpoint of chemistry or emotions as well. Looking at that third bullet point, you see here, completely satisfy client key beliefs. I want to be able to provide enough proof, but not too much. I don't want to bring up anything extra to be able to check that off in terms of complete satisfaction. And then the last criteria there is that you help the client make the end in mind decision with confidence. That I don't want to leave the end of the meeting and have the client say, well, I guess we can go there. That I've given them enough to feel comfortable and confident about the decision that they're going to make. Let's try this out. One of the easiest ways to understand this is to actually do it. And so if you turn over to page 16 and 17, you're going to see some examples. We're actually going to do 16 together as a group, and then we'll break down into some pairs or some triplets and actually do the second one on your own. So let's take a look at what we're doing here. So at the top of page 16 and 17, you see two different end in mind decisions. So that's the clients we've been seeing all day on the screen. And they've got a decision to make. The next natural decision they need to make on page 16 is that the terms and conditions work for all stakeholders involved. So we're pretty far down the closing zone here. We like the solution. The T's and C's now is where we're at. So that's the end in mind. By the end of this meeting, you and I can come to a mutual decision that the terms and conditions work for everybody involved. That's the end in mind. Now, we're going to posit the first key belief, which is that you understand our business situation. So you're now the sales team. You've got to walk in, help this executive make that decision. We're saying the first key belief is that he would have to understand or believe that you understand his business. Before he agrees to your T's and C's, he's going to have to feel that you and your team understand his business. The question is, what would be a proof point that you could offer in the meeting so that that executive believes that you truly understand his situation? And so let me give you a second to think about it, and then we'll actually call them out as a group. And so see if you can just put down, there's 4 bullet points there. I don't expect you to get them all, but just 1 or 2 things. You could say, hey, if it was my meeting, I was trying to convince an executive that I understood his business situation, this is what I would do. This is the proof I would supply. Just put down a thought there, right there on that bullet point. So if you had to provide proof points for key belief 1, you understand our business situation, how would you do that? Okay, and we're going to do this first page as a group, and here's one of my, the ways I look at this. One of my favorite sayings in business is that if 2 people think alike, has anybody ever heard this? In business, if 2 people think alike, One of them is not needed, right? And so as we share these, you're all thinking about this in totally different ways. Steal this from each other. So if someone puts something out there, write it down in your book that, oh, I never thought about that as being a way to prove that. So steal from each other's ideas here. And so in terms of this first key belief, that you understand our business situation, who would share something that you could use as a proof point during your meeting? Let's say you had an hour meeting. The first thing you're going to address on your agenda is that we understand your situation. Who can offer a proof point? What would you say or do in the meeting? Someone give us a thought or an idea. Let's go back here towards the back. Raymond?
An example of where you've succeeded with another customer that does the same things, but particularly someone that this person that you're speaking to would agree is similar to them. Not just someone that you've chosen that you think is similar, but someone that you would both agree is similar needs, similar business.
Okay, so I understand you, and I've done a lot of business in the past, and everything I understand you is very similar to the work we did here. Let me share with you the success we had there because they're very similar to what I've understood about you. Might work very well. And so we're not here to judge would work or not, just one way you could provide a proof point. I like it. Let's go back here again.
You gotta also use their jargon. If they're in a specialty business, you gotta make sure, because I've been in the military for quite a while, and you could tell it's the new guy that didn't know the language. And confidence level goes down really, really quick. So especially if they have specific jargon to their specific problem, make sure, once again, you're trying to connect emotionally first. And so I think the way to do that is with their language.
Yeah, I love it. And so again, think about that as a proof point. Is that's not something specific, I will say this, but when I am talking, I'm going to focus on using their language, their acronyms, their meetings, not mine. It's not about me and my company or the industry. I've listened, I've paid attention, I understand the insights and nuances of your business, and I prove that to you because I actually use it in my communication back to you. Like that one. Who's got a third one? Let's go back to the back.
I like the idea of having, in between meetings, gone in, talked to the technical people and said, we understand the granular specific nature of your problem, and here's how our solution resolves that, and here's the information from your own people that say, yes, you can solve that better than anybody else.
Oh, I like it. So in this meeting with you, Mr. Executive, I'm going to bring out some proof points of detailed conversations I've had offline before our meeting with your technical experts to show that we can actually do this. So I want to bring in confidence. Remember, it's confidence and comfort. Confidence that I've had enough conversations with enough people at a granular level that this is going to work together. I like that one as well. Let's take a look at the second key belief. And again, we're going to do this one as a group. So once we've checked that off, client can say, you know what? You actually listened. You paid attention. You did your diagnostic. You understand. You do understand our business. Now, the second one we're saying is that your solution meets our unique needs. I don't want to be like everybody else you've done business with. I want to know that you listened and your solution that you're going to bring to the table addresses my unique needs. So now this is not about them and their business, it's about your solution and connecting to it. So go ahead and just take, again, 30 seconds, write down some proof points there on the bottom of page 16. How would you address that in a client meeting? What could you say? What could you show them? What could they hear from you? That would allow that customer with confidence and comfort to say, your solution meets our unique needs. This sounds like it's going to work. And again, using synergy, we probably got a lot. So again, write these down if you hear from someone that is not something you wrote down there. So let's hear from someone that didn't share in the last one. So what did you write down there in terms of a possible proof point to demonstrate to the customer that our solution is going to meet your unique needs?
I used kind of a similar example from the last one, but to use prior experience from similar clients with, maybe they aren't so unique, but similar needs and how we solve them.
Okay, and so again, I think the key to pulling that off would be to intentionally make that link. Based on everything we've learned about you, very similar to the nuances we learned in another client. Here's what we did for them, and we're very comfortable and confident same thing's going to work in your situation. So you bring that past history together. So those are ways we could do that. Now, here's what we want to do. Individually at your table, read the situation on page 17. This is a new client. The end in mind for this client is, does our solution fully meet your needs? So we've got to the point where we're in the closing zone. We're getting ready to put our solution on the table. In this meeting, we want to get you to a place where you can say yes or no, that our solution meets your needs. And so individually, put some ideas down on proof points on the first question and the second question, and then we'll give you a couple minutes to just discuss that, share some insights from each other. And then the next phase will be to make this real for your actual clients. Let's give you about 5 minutes on the exercise on page 17. So individually, jot some down, and then share them with each other so that you can learn from each other in terms of how to provide these proof points. All right, let me pull you back in. So first of all, thanks for sharing amongst yourselves. Again, sometimes we learn so much just by getting perspective from others in terms of how they address these types of things. Now that we've done that on some hypothetical end in minds, let's do it for your end in mind. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. If you go back to your closing call plan, earlier you worked with your accountability partner to redraft and refocus your end in mind. So now you know, going into this next meeting with this client, this is the business decision that we are going to try to enable them to make, whether we get a yes or a no. Now the question is, in looking at our key beliefs, you understand our situation, your solution meets our unique needs, and then any other key beliefs you can think of. Now the question is, in this meeting, let's say you have an hour. In this hour, what proof points am I going to provide this client so that they can make this decision? That's what we want to work on now. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes on your own to go into your real situation that you've been working on, to try to think about, if that is my end in mind, that's where I'm trying to get the client to be at the end of this meeting, what are the proof points I will supply in these first two key beliefs? When you get to the third one, you may have to stop and think, okay, in addition to these two, what other key beliefs do I need to address? Just like with the car and getting the keys, we had lots of different examples of key beliefs. So with this client, in my particular situation, it's these two and a third one that I can think of, and then the proof points. Now, don't go into questions and objections. We're going to deal with those later. So just stick in proof points, and it usually is beneficial just to stay at a bullet point level, not get into long verbose answers. You'll do that later. Remember, this is a blueprint. You'll take from this and begin to create the actual meeting itself. Let me give you about 5 minutes to work on those 3 key beliefs. All right, let me stop you there. And so again, you may not be done, and that's okay. And it's important at this point in time to stop and get some feedback from our accountability partner. So just like we did on our end in mind, what I'm going to ask you to do, stand up, remain standing for this activity, find your accountability partner. If you've redrafted or rethought about your end in mind, you might nuance that. And then say, based on that end in mind, these are the proof points that I'm going to bring to the meeting. Now, as you do this, again, a lot of this is about your coaching. And so these are the things that we want you to coach through. Did they connect intellectually and emotionally? Did they address each client key belief? And did they help the client make the decision with confidence? So those are the things you're listening for when you're coaching. We'll give you about 3 minutes in each direction, and then we'll process this and be going towards our break for lunch. So get with your accountability partner, walk through your proof points, and get some feedback from each other. Okay, so as we finish up this second skill set, we focused on our mindset. We've done 2 of the 4 skill sets. As we get ready to go into lunch, we want to slow down and focus on ourselves for a second. You're all here for one purpose, which is to get better at closing the sale, or you wouldn't have attended. And so just like that being your end in mind, you have some key beliefs as well as to why would I use this? Why would, if this doesn't add value to me? So we want to take a minute to just think about it from our own perspectives. What is the value that all of the things we've been discussing can bring to us? And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to break you down into some teams. I have established some scribes for us. So we've got a scribe here, we've got a scribe back there, and a scribe up here. So what I'm going to do is have this table, when I say go, this table and this table is going to come up here to this flip chart, and you guys are going to focus on this question. What is, if we think about value, what is the potential benefits and value to me? I'm going to be selfish for a second, so you guys all have permission to be completely selfish. So if I were to go out and do everything we've talked about thus far, what would be the benefits or the value to me for doing so? We're going to have this team come up here, and you guys will be on your own. So you guys go up to this piece of white paper, and they're going to focus on it from the standpoint of their organization. So if all of us inside of our organization started doing this, what would be the benefit at an organizational level? And then those back two tables are going to go to this white piece of paper, and you guys are going to focus on it from probably the most important level, is what's the value and the benefit to the clients? So the question is, back to that if. The end of my decision for you today is if you will dedicate what it takes to do this. So you will do that if there's value. So to me, to my company, and to my customers are the three lenses. We'll give you about 3 or 4 minutes to just get some quick bullet points, then we'll debrief it and we'll break you for lunch. So go ahead and head to your individual exercises, and then we'll get some good thinking, and then we'll debrief it and find out what value we are holding so far. Whoever was just scribing, I would like you to take that piece of paper off the wall and hand it to one of the people in your group, and then everybody go back to your tables. For those of you that are now holding the paper, you're going to be the person that debriefs it for your group, and so just share some very high-level thoughts. It doesn't have to be verbatim off there. I don't even care if you look at that, to be honest with you, but just in terms of summarizing what your team said. So let's start with the U's. Where was our greedy bunch? Raise your hands if you're greedy. Yeah. So Ken, looks like you're holding the piece of paper. So what would you say? What are the benefits or potential value to us as individuals if we put this stuff into practice?
Yeah, well, the first thing that came up was that we're better prepared, and it kind of leads into saving time if we're better prepared, which causes us less stress, and it allows us to focus more while we're in those situations. And it means more money in our pockets. And then, it shortens the sales cycle. It helps us see the big picture, and there's more of an opportunity for increase in profit.
Ken, thanks for sharing that list. And did you notice, as Ken said, and this is the greedy bunch, remember, did you notice as Ken said, he almost kind of looked down and got quieter as he said, we get to make more money. Is there a problem with making money in sales? There's not. That's why we do what we do, as long as who makes money? It's both of us, right? And so, hey, I don't shy away from the fact that I'm in sales. I make money. That's what I do. And I also help you make a whole bunch of money as well. And so one of the things we look at through the lens of the benefit to us is it helps us make money. That's why we're here working on our skill. Where was the group that was working on our organization? So who did we get to debrief this one? What did you come up with in your group?
It's going to help your win rate go up,
okay,
which in turn is going to give you more money in your pocket, so you'll be more profitable. You're also going to get valuable feedback from your customers. You'll receive more referrals from them because they're going to see you as someone that's trusted, and they're going to want you to take care of their people as well. And then your relationships are going to increase, which will help you have the longevity of that customer or client as you're going throughout your work. Stronger business presence, so you're gonna stand out above all the other competition, and then you're gonna be more professional. Your status, in the community and in your profession is you're gonna be viewed as someone that is professional.
Yeah. All boats lift in a rising tide, right? So as an organization, if we can start doing more of this, our professionalism in the community around other professionals will rise. And I like what you said in the beginning in terms of creating client referenceable business, that when it is truly a win-win and people know that's what we're fighting for, they're going to be more likely to refer us to their friends and their coworkers as well. And so some great benefits to the organization. And then last, but surely not least, we had benefits to the client. And where's that? We back there in the corner. And so what are the potential benefits or value to the clients if we do more of this?
They're going to be more efficient. Okay. And of course, profit again. Everybody profits. Everybody gets more value with the product. We have clarity of what our focus is, and we can actually solve our problems.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great if we could actually solve our problems? And so from a client's perspective, I like that efficiency, right? Because it's all about decision velocity. And so think about it from that level that when you go in with this focus on a clear end in mind and you understand the key beliefs, that you're helping that client make good business decisions a lot faster. And sometimes your competition and other people that they partner with aren't. They get to the end of the meetings and they haven't made a decision, and it elongates it. So that efficiency to the client is a huge value. So we have finished up 2 of the skill sets of the 4. Remember, we've got 4 skill sets. When we come back from our lunch break, what we will do is we will refresh ourselves on our mindset. So you might want to study that during lunchtime. Make sure that you know what the mindset is. And then we'll apply that mindset to the last 2 skill sets, which are really about resolving objections and seeing if we can actually influence the dynamics of the meeting. Can we actually have some influence in creating the conditions for good decision making? And that's where we'll spend the rest of our day. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. We are going to take an hour for lunch, so we'll see you back in the room in 1 hour. Thank you. All right, so welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you had some good food to eat and you're ready to jump back in. If you remember, when we left for lunch, we were talking about these potential benefits, potential value to us, to our organization, and also to our clients. Why would we do this? We were really focusing on it from the level of our key beliefs. It was a big question of if we will commit to doing these things. So we're going to jump in right from lunch, jumping into our 3rd skill set. And you remember, hopefully you studied during your lunch break. We said that this 3rd skill set only makes sense if you're applying it through the lens of our mindset. Who remembers what our mindset was? And you can go back and cheat if you want to. What is our mindset? It's back on page 6, and they all said together, my role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes, right? So again, that's the mentality, the mindset of top performers that we've worked with around the world, that they look at their role, their job, the reason they exist as sales professionals is to influence good decision making. So as we talk through the first 2 skill sets, that seems to make sense. So if that's my mindset, the first thing I got to do is I've got to get everybody on the same page in terms of the end in mind. We all have to be heading in the same direction. That's anybody on my sales pursuit team and anybody on the client side that's involved in this meeting. Once we establish the end in mind, then we got to focus on, okay, well, what key client beliefs would they have to hold in order to do that, to say that, to agree to our end in mind? And we spend some time focused on client key beliefs. And now the 3rd skill set, which you see over on page 19, all involves a reality. And so if we go back to that football analogy, we said our goal, our role, our responsibility is to enable decisions kind of on every step of this path leading to a final business decision. Well, wouldn't it be nice, using that football analogy, wouldn't it be nice if we could just get to the 20-yard line, do a quick handoff, and he could just run into the goal unobstructed? That'd be beautiful, but it doesn't always happen. Much like it's not going to happen in the business world. Everything doesn't just go perfect, closed business. A lot of times we run into obstacles or we run into objections from the client. And so this 3rd skill set is all about the aspect of resolving objections. On this path, as my goal is to help enable good decisions, we may come across differing points of view. That's really all an objection is. You have a belief, we have a belief, and they're not the same. And so we hit an objection. And so how do we work through resolving objections with the mindset that my role, my goal, the way I focus on this is to enable good decision makings to a win-win outcome? And so we want to look at it through that lens. So if you look at the top of page 19, it says, how will you anticipate and resolve client questions and objections to influence good decision making? Please underline that word anticipate. This skill set is just as much about anticipating as it is what happens if it comes up. And so we're going to kind of look at it in both lenses. How can I anticipate these things ahead of time? Because if I can anticipate a potential objection, what can I then do? Say it again. To prepare for it. So in my next meeting, one of my key beliefs and my proof points are going to be aligned towards taking that objection away before it actually occurs. And so we're going to look at it through that lens. And so, again, you look on page 19, you see the mindset. My role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes. We now focus on applying this skill set. So let's talk about this aspect of objections. And so let me ask you a question. You're going along the path, trying to enable a good decision. Client throws up an objection. What is, and look what it says on the board, what is the natural response to an objection? Raise your hand if you will. Let's go back here.
The natural response is to defend your position.
Right. Why so? Why is that the natural response? If it is, anybody else have a different opinion? So if that is the natural response, to go into defensive mode, to defend your position, if that's the natural response, then answer this question. What's the impact of that natural response. So if an objection arises, my natural response is to defend. What's the impact of that natural response or potential impact? Let's go here.
Well, when I have an objection and somebody starts, if I'm complaining about something or I'm concerned about something, and I immediately get from the salesperson or the service person their view or their response, I'm like, you know what, this is not about you, and I don't really care what you know or what your position is. This is about me. And so then it makes me, it really causes a wall. Mm-hmm. It really causes a wall of division, and it breaks apart the relationship.
Yeah. So if you think about it, this whole time we've been focused on building trust, building that, we talked about the emotional connection of our key beliefs and our proof points, that we're building that chemistry and that bond and building that long-term relationship. And if we're not careful, here when we face objections, if we don't handle them the right way, we might do a significant damage to that trust that we've built. And so it is very, very, very natural. We have opinions and beliefs that we carry in. And most of the time, I would advocate for most sales professionals, we believe in what we're selling, or we wouldn't be selling it. And so we walk in with beliefs that I can help you, I can do this, I am the best solution. And when we all of a sudden face counter thinking to that, or what we would call an objection, there's a chance we may become defensive. We might start to push. And in that video, Craig demonstrated that when you push, what's the natural reaction to that? To push back, right? And so we want to be very careful not to get into a position of pushing here. So we have to think about this aspect of objections and being able to focus on how do we handle them. So if you think about the last question, we want you to think about everything that you bring to the table. So before we even share our thinking on this, we want to know what your thinking is. So if you take a look over on page 20, you will see a place where you can write down some best practices. Now here's the nuance of this exercise, and this whole first section, is we're going to kind of break down price and non-price objections, because there really is a difference between the two. So in this first level of objections here, we're going to focus just on non-price objections. So let's not get to the point where price is an issue and they're saying we have $500,000 and your bid was $7,000. Can you do it? Let's save that. We'll get with that later. This is just what are your best practices for handling non-price objections. So as a table, if you'll just have a brief conversation, and again, because of the synergy, just write down as much as you can. Let's see if we can collectively come up with some best practices around non-price objections. We'll give you about 4 or 5 minutes as a table to come up with whatever you can. Okay, so let me stop you there and let's find out. You've had a chance to share some thinking with folks at your table. Now let's do a large group share. And again, I highly encourage you to really be synergistic and hear from others and write these things down if you hear people say things that you did not have on your list. And so let's just hear from anybody in the group. What would you say are one of the 2 things you talked about as a table that really stick out at you in terms of really some really good, solid best practices when it comes to handling objections? Who would throw something out? Okay, so let's go back here to the back.
We talked a lot about just stopping and listening rather than reacting, and your gut response wants to immediately defend your position, but to really listen to what they're saying and make sure you fully understand what their objections are.
Yeah, and that sounds so simple, doesn't it? Just listen, that's all. But as soon as you hear the objection, what do you instantly start listening to? Let's be honest. What do you start listening to?
Nagging.
You're listening to something. It's not the client. What is it you're listening to?
You're listening to your internal dialogue.
Say
as
what?
You're trying to decide how to counter what they're selling you.
You hear this and you're like, man, that was the last thing in the world I wanted them to say. Gosh, I was hoping they wouldn't bring that up. How in the world am I going to resolve that? And you're having this whole conversation inside of your head, and you're listening to yourself, but you're not listening to the client. And one of the keys in that moment is they're giving you, think about what's happening. They're giving you insight into their paradigm, into the way they view what's going on. And so the most important thing is just slow down and listen. Focus on them. Don't let it be about you. Focus on them. So I really like that one. What's another one? What's another good best practice when it comes to handling objections? Let's go over here.
Well, I think from the mindset point of view, early in my career, I learned that an objection is kind of a buying signal. And I should be, grateful that they brought it up, that they pushed back. Because either it's not going to go anywhere, and I'll know sooner than later, or they're very interested and I need to help them resolve this concern.
Yeah, I like that because they're not. What are they not saying? They're not saying no, get out, right? And so they're just offering you a thought, and we're just kind of at a pass, right? Well, I'm not thinking we're going that way. Doesn't mean we're done, and so you actually think of it as a buying signal. I like that.
Well, and often, you know, they're in your camp. They want you to help them resolve this so that they can take it forward.
Because I still have my problem. I still have the challenge I'm trying to fix, and you are still one of the potential options for me. I just don't like this about what I'm seeing, and can we just work through that? I like it. So think of it as actually a buying signal. Let's go over here.
I think this is along the same line, but...
Can you speak up a little bit?
Okay, I think this is along the same line, but my worst, what I don't like when I'm sitting across the table from somebody that I'm in a closing position is when they're ambivalent the whole time and agreeing with everything. Then I know they're not listening. It goes along the lines, if they bring up an objection, I know they're listening, and we can get somewhere, hopefully.
I like it. Yeah, so the passivity is not a good thing, and so it goes back to kind of it's a buying signal if they are, because they're at least listening, they're tuned in, they're tracking with me. There's just something that we're in a disagreement about, and so can we just dig in and kind of resolve that? I like it. So let's take a look at what we would say, and I think you've hit some of these, are what we call kind of some best practices that we've seen from top performers, and these are down at the bottom of page 20. You see there in your book. And some of these we've already called out. And so, you know, view objections as an opportunity. I think that's really in alignment with what these two gentlemen just said, that the client hasn't said no. We've got an opportunity possibly to still move forward and do great business together. We just don't know. So can we just either work through this together or not? Let's just process it as an opportunity. Resist the urge to fix the objection. Let's talk about that one. That's, again, it's so easy to see that on the screen, but to actually do that is really hard. Why is that one so hard to put into practice? What are your thoughts on that? Why is it so hard to resist the urge to just jump in and fix it? Anybody have any thoughts on that? Why is that so tough? Let's go over here.
I think one of the reasons it's tough to fix it is, even though they've raised it and we've tried to listen, we're not quite sure what's going on in their mind and what they think might, you know, what might fix it for them and what we think might fix it may be very different.
Yeah, and if we're not careful, sometimes what we think will fix it is not in alignment with what they want. Maybe it's too much, maybe it's too little. Right? And so we've got to really understand first. And so think about what we do as professionals. We're fixers, right? That's what we do. We listen to challenges all day long. We grab a bunch of resources we have and we fix problems. So when we face this problem, our inclination is to just jump in there and fix it. Well, what if how about if we just jump right in there to fix it? And so that's one of the top performer best practices that's really kind of hard. It goes along with that third one, avoid taking full responsibility. This isn't actually my objection. This isn't my business problem. You're the one with the problem. You're the one that needs something. I've got a potential solution. This actually has to be part your responsibility as well. And so taking full responsibility robs them of their responsibility. And explore the client's resolution first. I think that goes back to what you were saying, is that sometimes we will judge what we think is a solution and we'll jump in to fix it the way we're seeing it. And truth be told, a lot of times we read into things that really aren't there. How many times have you ever got to find out what the client's resolution was, and it's actually surprising to you? You're like, really? Is that it? That's all we have to do? Okay, well, we can do that. And so sometimes we jump in with a fix that's actually way more than the client wants. And so one of the best practices is to explore the client's resolutions first. So let's jump back into our view of our sales folks here. We're going to watch Craig offer what we refer to as a 3-part response. And you see this outlined on page 21. In your participant manual. Lots and lots and lots of ways to handle objections. Lots of good ways out there. Just shared some best practices. What we want to share with you through this video is what we call the 3-part response to resolving objections. So you'll hear Craig teach this sales team as they start dealing with some objections on a process or a methodology. And it's going to flow right along with what you see in your book on page 21. So let's check in on this 3-part response.
All right, so if we believe the assumption that our job is to help the client make a good decision in their own best interest, and again, in the meeting, so we want to hear their decision in the meeting. We're going to make it safe for them to do that. Now, one of the challenges we'll have is as we share information, we might get some pushback. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Did you just experience that?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we call those objections. I'd like to talk a little bit about objections. And I'd like to teach you a 3-part response that we use whenever we get pushback from a client. First part is to acknowledge. Second part is to understand. And then the third part is to resolve. Let's take the first two, and I'd like to give you a chance to practice it. So rather than talk about it, let's practice it.
Okay.
So let's talk about acknowledge. Acknowledge equals slow down. I hear you. That's what acknowledge means. Acknowledge doesn't mean you're right or wrong or I agree or disagree. It just means slow down. I hear you. It's usually a short sentence. It's not a, paragraph. It's a simple, well, thank you very much for sharing the information. Could we talk about that? I mean, something like that. Could we just try it on? Let's see if we can actually try this. So let's say that I'll play Steve, and I'm telling you, I just think you guys are too big for us. Just to acknowledge.
I hear that you're worried that we might not be a good fit.
Nice. That's it. So the acknowledge is just a short statement. Acknowledge equals slow down. I hear you. So again, what is he expecting when he gives an objection?
Proof that we are the opposite of that.
That's right. Yeah,
You don't know what you're talking about.
He's ready for the tug of war, and instead we're going to say, well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate you being candid about how you see this situation. That's the acknowledge part. Now let's move to understand. Because when we talk about understand equals get curious. It's like what is it that he believes? What's going on for him? What's his experience that's different than what you're expecting? And your job is to simply get very curious about, well, what is that? Now, the only way you can do that is through dialogue. Again, if we're just talking at them, very little understanding is going on.
Sure.
So let's play this out. One of the things I found interesting is when he talked about the Chicago facility.
Me too.
Again, you were pretty excited about it.
I have been really excited about it.
Yeah, a lot of good things to successes.
A lot.
What did you notice from him?
Well, he obviously has a different picture of it that even goes beyond the hard data put in front of him, that the numbers are fine.
Yeah.
But he has another story.
So it was interesting, as I recall, he made some comment like, well, we've got other numbers.
Yeah, and that we're not privy to.
Yeah, that you're not privy to. So,
right.
How about if we just pause for a moment? When he says something like that, you could ask a good question, get curious, and he won't tell you. One of the reasons people keep information close to the vest is they really don't trust you with the information. One of the things that builds trust is understanding.
Yeah.
See, when you genuinely want to understand someone, and if they feel like you're going to use that information in their best interest, let's go back to helping them make a decision in their own best interest.
Yeah.
You see, if he really feels that and experiences that from you, he's going to be more likely to tell you what he's thinking. Now, he may or may not, but he'll be much more likely to tell you what he's thinking. So I suggest as you go into the next meeting, that when you get those objections, rather than just motor past them, acknowledge, slow down, and then number two, get curious. So Steve, when you say we're too big, or when, I heard you make a statement, that we're not privy to, just out of curiosity, is there a reason we wouldn't be privy to since we were partners on that? Right. See, that's different than, oh yeah, why aren't we privy?
Yeah,
right?
It sure is.
See, that's different. Keeping the ego in check,
right,
and really trying to understand. You'll have plenty of time to be understood. I mean, there is the time, it's the sequencing. As Steve is the client, I want to be understood first. And then you earn the right to be understood.
Look, I have no doubt that you guys are offering a lot of value to your large clients. I'm just not sure we're one of those clients. And to be honest with you, we've had some poor experiences with your company in the past.
Well, thank you for sharing that. That clarifies our last meeting when I was exceptionally excited about Chicago, and you did not seem to be, so that helps me. It sounds to me that you maybe think we're too big to be able to give you what you need. Would it be okay with you if we just slow down and talk about it, and maybe you can specifically tell me some of your concerns?
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. In fact, I'd start with the contract itself. You are offering a database based on the number of users that we have in the company. I mean, how many is that right now?
Well, currently we have 122 users.
Right.
So.
But generally speaking, it's the concurrent usership that really pegs the database, and that's what I want to pay for. I mean, how many people concurrently use it?
Well, only about 60.
Okay,
So
yeah.
we can downgrade that database and save us some money. We need to do that.
Sure.
Secondly, you guys always seem to offer the entire suite of modules when we don't need them all. Maybe someday in the future, but not today. I mean, we were talking about this the other day. What modules can we just do away with right now?
Well, currently, we already have a forecasting module and a customer service module, so we wouldn't need any of those.
Sure.
Right, we'll just interface those into your current system, all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's very helpful. Thank you. Is there anything else that can help us meet your needs?
Yeah, actually there is, and it kind of goes back to Chicago again.
Yeah, I would love to hear.
There were times when we requested help from your implementation team, and we would not get responses for up to 2 days. And there was a specific instance that went 4 days.
Oh my goodness.
And you can imagine with the disruption already with the implementation, and we need answers now, and we didn't get them now.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
that's
yeah.
appalling, and
No,
I'm so
that's
sorry.
ridiculous.
I can assure you that's not our standard operating procedure. And again, accept my apologies. Boy, that really clarifies where we were at in the last
Right.
meeting. Now, let's go over your concerns in greater detail.
That'd be great.
All right, so as you hear Craig coach those two, and then you see them live in a situation where they're using this, you begin to have some insights about the three-part response and how you resolve objections. And if you can imagine, there are some keys that make this either really highly effective or it doesn't really go so well. And so what do you think are the keys to actually pulling off the three-part response well? What do you think it's dependent upon? Who's got some insights? Let's go here.
Sincerity.
Talk a little bit about that.
So, I mean, you can sit there and look at somebody and you can have your canned responses, but even the sincerity of, that's not our standard practice, and I really apologize. I mean, that can be very sincere or it can be very insincere, and the way you're listening and the way you're responding, you're reflecting back. So am I doing this just as a drill, or am I really, really listening and really showing that, you know what, I would feel the same way, and I am really sorry about that. I mean, understanding rather than just doing the checklist canned response.
That was one, that was two, that was three. Can we move on now? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's this sincerity, and we refer to that. And actually, if you look back in the playbook, it's a good call out to the playbook. If you go back to playbook, I believe it's week 3. Check out the title of week 3. What's the title on week 3 say? Intent, right? It's all about a belief. We say intent is more important than technique. This is a technique, right? It's a three-part response. It's a process you can learn and practice. But what's more important than the 3 steps is the intent behind it. Do you really want to understand what happened at Chicago? Or you just feed me a line because you want to move past me and get this sale? And so that genuine sincerity is a huge key to this. What else do you think would be a key to having this come across and be very successful? What else could you recognize as a key to success here? What else do you think makes this go well or maybe not go so well?
It got his buy-in. They asked his permission a couple of times. Is it okay if we talk about this? So he's an active participant. We're not talking at him, we're even just asking him questions. He's allowing us in.
Yep. Now you heard Craig mention it in the coaching video. He said now it becomes a dialogue, right? It's not a monologue. Don't let me own this and fix it and start to prove why it isn't, because remember, facts don't determine beliefs. But let's actually create a dialogue here. Let's go back and forth. And she did ask permission at one point in time. She said, could we just slow down for a second? And would it be okay if we just talked about that? And you're really asking for that. So really what you're saying to that person is this something that we can work through together? Because I can't guarantee we'll move forward, but we can at least understand each other and then make that mutual decision as to we go forward or not. And so in that video, Craig broke down the 3-part responses. And so let's just take a look at these. And so again, in your book, you're on page 21. And the 3 parts are acknowledge, understand, and then eventually moving into resolve. And let's break these down and see if we make sure that we got the key pieces of them. And so if you take a look over on page 22, we hit this concept of acknowledge, and just underline. I know it's in that big yellow box, but I want you to physically underline that first bullet point. Slow down. Everything inside of you, every meeting that you're in that's saying your numbers aren't where they're supposed to be, we're nearing the end of the quarter, you got to make this project work, all of that is making you push. And at this point in time, it's important to resist all of that. Just take a deep breath and just slow down for a second. This is something I want to work with you on, not push against. And so slow down. It says recognize the client's concern without agreeing or disagreeing. Why is that really important? That's a really important differentiator. Recognize, but don't agree or disagree with. Do you have any thoughts on that? Why is that really important?
Well, neutrality will build a bridge instead of putting up a wall.
Oh,
like
wow.
Starla.
I like that. Can we quote that?
Sure.
Let's see if I can paraphrase that. Neutrality will build a bridge instead of putting up a wall. And so if I agree or disagree, that's not what it's about. It's that neutral stance. Can we just kind of understand this? So let me just slow down, begin to understand and acknowledge what you've said. And so again, you're just making sure that there's that connection between you. And you see some examples there at the bottom of the page. Well, let's talk about that. I definitely hear your concern. I appreciate your honesty. I like that next one. Tough question, good question, just tough to answer. And so that first phase of the three-part response, just slow down, let the person know that you heard them and that you're sincere. Back to what Starla said, you're sincere and I want to work through this with you. The second part then moves into the understand. And in the understand, it's all about asking questions to clarify. What was the phrase Craig used in the video? He literally said, understand equals
Curiosity.
Get curious, right? Write that down in your book. I don't even think that's in there. That was one of his phrases. Just write that down. Understand equals get curious. Because before we go into figuring out if we can solution for this, I'm not even sure I understand what it is. You said we're too big. What the heck does that mean? So let me just slow down and ask some questions. So when you say too big, can you help me understand a little bit more about that? And you're genuinely, again, just trying to understand more about what's going on. And again, you see some examples on page 23. Can you give me an idea about how specifically, underline that word specifically. I like that word because I want to be able to resolve this. The more specificity we have, the better we are. So not just in broad generalities, but I want to know specifically, when you say too big, how so? In what areas? Is the whole company? In our implementation, our execution? It says, can you give me an idea how specifically our solution is too complex? When you say obsolete, what does that mean to you in this situation? Those first two parts are absolutely fundamental in this three-part response. So much so that we want to begin to actually practice it. So here is, doesn't that glare just melt you? As soon as you see that, you're just like, oh, yeah, he's like looking right at you. So here you are working with Steve. He's already executive, so he's already got that presence. And now he's throwing in an objection at you. And so collectively as a group, let's see if we can just, and the same person doesn't have to do both of them, but just someone throw out an acknowledgement, and then someone else will throw out the second step in terms of an understanding. So Steve says, I'm not confident you have enough experience in my industry niche. Now again, let's take a step back to what Randall said earlier. Look at that as a buying signal. He's not saying, you don't fit, get out, we're done. He's just saying, hey, my belief, again, you can throw facts at me that you want, but my belief is you don't have enough experience in my industry niche. Someone raise your hand and try just the acknowledgement part. How would you slow down and just acknowledge the fact that he said that? Who would try that? Let's come up here. What would you say?
I'd say something like, I appreciate your honesty. Would you mind if we talk about that?
Yeah, so I appreciate your honesty. Would you mind if we talk about that? Now, he just saved someone's butt because what did he just do? He just did both of them, right? In one quick sentence, he did both of those parts. Thank you for being honest. Do you mind if we talk about that a little bit? So that was actually the acknowledge and the understand. So whoever was just going to volunteer to understand, you can thank him later because he just did them both. How quickly, succinctly, and right on he did that. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate your honesty. Do you mind if we talk about that a little bit? And so that would be both the acknowledge and the understand for something that comes across like that. That's what we're going to ask you to do. So here's how we're going to do this. This is one of those skills that we know for a fact that if we don't get you doing this now, there's no way you're actually going to do this out there in reality, just like the silence that was just in the room and trying this. And so we're going to, instead of having you do this in front of all of us, we're going to have you do this with a partner. So here's the rules. You're going to need to go into your practice card deck. So grab this out of the front of your book if you have not done so yet. The cards themselves are cellophane wrapped, and so take a moment to tear off that cellophane. You see 3 different color cards, and then we're going to use all 3 of them over time. But the first ones I need you to use are actually blue in color, and at the top of them, they say non-price objections. And it should start with card number 1. It should be number 1 at the bottom. The other two, the green and the orange, you can kind of just set down. We'll use them later. First thing we need to do is take a look at this very first card. So this very first card is everything we just talked about. So in the beginning of each of these separate decks are kind of the rules of what this is about. It's that when do you use this, and what are the 3 steps? So for right now, you can just take that card and put it to the side. That's just used as a refresher as you do this or you teach someone else this skill going forwards. And then on card 3, you'll actually see a client statement. Now, this client statement says, the initial investment seems reasonable. However, we're concerned the system will be too difficult to maintain. So here's what you're going to do when I say go. You're going to stand up, remain standing for this entire activity, and you're going to find a new partner to work with, someone you have not worked with yet, preferably someone not at your table. So get up, mingle with each other, meet someone new, introduce yourself to that person, and then the 2 of you are going to go through several of these cards together. Now, take a look at the back of the card. The back of the card has all 3 steps in the response: the acknowledgement, the understand, and the resolve. All I want you to do for this round, listen closely, is the acknowledge and the understand. That's it. Don't go into resolve yet. We'll come back and teach it, and then we'll revisit these cards. So you'll find a partner. Tom and I are working. We stand up. We get into spread out around the room. I say, Tom, I'll play the client first. Tom's going to play the salesperson. I just read the card. Say, Tom, the initial investment seems reasonable. However, we're concerned the system will be too difficult to maintain. Now, Tom, because he doesn't want to play along, turns the card over and just reads the response right off the back. No, that's not what we do. Although that's what some of you will do. What we want you to do is leave the card over and figure it out. What's a good acknowledgement statement to that? Don't overcomplicate it. You heard it done very well, very simply. Thanks for your honesty. Can we talk about that for a minute? So try it. Make the words actually come across your mouth. Once you've tried it, stop there. Do not go into the resolve. The client does not have to respond to it. Role play is over. Now, turn the card over together, and both of you kind of take a look at what's on the back. Now, listen carefully. Don't compare yourself to these answers. These are not the right answers. They're just a way someone would say it. You may look at this and be like, man, Tom, I'd never say that. Then don't say it that way. Say it the way you want, but learn the pattern. The pattern is what's most important. So find a partner. We're going to have you go through probably the first 4 or 5 cards, maybe not all of them, because we'll come back and do resolve later. Just the first 2, acknowledge, understand, and we'll give you about 5 minutes, so make sure you go back and forth through the cards. So stand up, find a new partner, introduce yourself, and practice the cards. All right, now you got a couple under your belt, and so now you begin to understand the first 2 parts. Now we want to add the 3rd part into the mix, and so as we look at the 2 parts we just practiced, acknowledge and understand, now we get into this 3rd step, which is all about resolving, or is there an ability to resolve this? And so this 3rd part, and again, Craig talked about this in the coaching with his sales folks, is the 3rd part is all about determining whose potential response there. And so how would you go about resolving this? And so rather than me telling you what I think, how we could do this, the 3rd step in resolving is about determining the client's criteria for resolution. So the very first thing is this is not about me and how I would fix or solve this. It's about understanding from the client's perspective, how would you overcome this? If you say it's too complex, what would allow you to think that it's not too complex? And so you look at it from their lens. And again, we're on page 24. And then the second bullet point says work with. Please underline that word with. I know it's already italicized, but underline it as well. Work with the client to find a mutually beneficial resolution. And again, you see some solid examples there at the bottom of that page. How would you begin to resolve this issue? What would you need to see or experience that would allow you to? And so what we're going to do is go back into our role plays with the person you were just with. Now this time when you pick up a new card, you want to go through all 3 steps of it. Acknowledge it, slow down, acknowledge what's going on, be sincere, ask questions for understanding and clarification, and then move into the 3rd phase, which is once you understand, now how would the client go about resolving this? So now we're going to add that 3rd piece on to our role play. Again, we'll give you time to go through several cards each. So stand back up, find the partner you were just working with, and go through all 3 cards. Remember to try it before you turn the card over. All right, let's level set and think about where we are. So we said our mindset from the beginning was to help enable good decisions for win-win outcomes. That's what we focus on. And so we said in this skill set, it's all about resolving objections. How do we work with the client, if that's our goal, is to enable a good decision in this meeting? How do we work with the client to resolve objections when they occur? They're going to occur. It's a part of the sales process, right? And so we said the very first thing is to understand, to just acknowledge what's going on. Slow down, then understand, ask questions if you need to, inquire. As Craig said, get curious. And then the 3rd step is to resolve, to find out, well, how would you go about resolving this? So if you do this well, at the end of that third step, you're in essence turning it back over to the client to say, hey, I heard you, I understood you, and now I want to know how you would go about resolving this. So if you do it well, the conversation turns back over to the client, it is a dialogue, and the client starts to begin to tell you what? Their idea of resolution, right? So the client's going to say, well, one thing we could do is this. We could try that. They're going to start sharing with you their thinking around resolving this objection. Now, as they start to talk, very quickly, you're going to start going down one of two paths. Take a look on page 25. There's kind of so as they begin to tell you, well, here's what I would need for resolving this, you're going down one of two decision processes, which is I either can or I can't. You'd need to cut your price in half. I'm thinking, we're not going down that path. I can't do that. Or they say, well, you'd have to give me a 5% discount. And you're thinking, well, maybe we can do that. And so as they start sharing with you their ideas, their thinking about how they would overcome this, you begin to quickly decision, can I do that or can I not do that? Now, if you can do it, you simply do it. You provide facts, provide information, do whatever you need to do. But if you can't resolve the objection to their criteria, what happens? What we're going to do is tune back in with Craig and his crew to see him coach them through what happens when you begin to understand the client's criteria for resolution and you start to get concerned that you actually can't meet that criteria. Let's see what he has to say. He'll be talking to you about information that's on page 25.
So you've got an idea of what they need. Now it gets to resolution. If you can resolve it, that's not hard to do.
Right.
When you can't, when you don't have what they need, when they're asking for things you can't deliver, that's more of a challenge. Let's focus there. Would that be all right?
Yeah.
So let's focus on 3 different ways of resolving when you can't meet their needs. The 3 I'd like to boil it down to is the first one is reframe. The second one is to change the importance. And the third is to show. So reframe, change, and show. Let's talk about the first one. In terms of reframe means that people have an equivalency in mind. Something equals something else. And part of our understanding is to find out what's on either side of the equation. So for instance, let's say you're coming to me to buy a car. And you come to me and say, man, I'm looking for a hybrid. I love hybrids. I want to buy a hybrid. And in my understanding of what your needs are, I figure out for you, hybrid equals economical. That's why you want a hybrid. It's not to save the planet, it's not to do anything. For you, it's all about gas mileage. So one of the ways I could reframe, let's say that I don't sell hybrids. I could say, yeah, sorry, I don't sell hybrids, but of course I wouldn't want to do that. I'd want to see if there's some way we could resolve this, even though I can't meet that requirement. So one of the ways I could do that is I could say, well, Brooke, I hear what you're looking for is you want something that's economical, something that looks sporty, and gives you great gas mileage, and that you look really good driving. What if I could give you a car that isn't a hybrid, but it gives you, it's very economical, it makes you look good, it's sporty looking, but it's not a hybrid? Should we keep talking? Would you like to see them?
I would be willing to look.
Yeah, see, so if it really is economical, if I've understood, then you might be willing to kind of reframe. Okay, well, maybe economical, not hybrid. Simply taking that equation and reframing it.
Yeah.
The second would be to change the importance. And in changing the importance, that's if you came to me looking for a house. And you wanted a house, high ceilings, you wanted a nice neighborhood with a garage. Well, let's say I didn't have any inventory with a garage, with those others. Changing the importance is basically saying, I can meet these 3. I don't have one with a garage, it's a carport. Would you still like to see it? In other words, we're just trying to see, does it make sense to keep exploring? And then the third one would be to show. Show meaning specifically show that we're doing an apples to apples comparison. So when Steve hits you with, I'm looking at 500,000 instead of 700,000, well, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Well,
we can't
I don't know, can we do it?
Yeah, you think we can't do it.
I mean, yeah, it's probably we can't do it, but I wanted to get the next meeting. That we won't be able to do exactly that with what we currently are offering.
Okay.
But we're also assuming that they can offer the same things that we do.
That's
and
the
all of
concern,
this,
right? Is it apples to apples?
No.
And see, if you can
We
do
don't
an
think so.
apples to apples
Yeah.
comparison, well, then you might actually be able to bring that price down by taking modules out, by not having all the services. There may be overhead that you can cut out if you did an apples to apples comparison. So the third one is show. Basically, let me show you an apples to apples comparison in terms of how we match up with that comparison.
Yeah.
So those are the three things. What I would like to do is give you some homework to work on. So when you go into your meeting, you're ready to use one of those three if there is a criteria like price that you can't meet, or if there's something like, yeah, you guys are just too big, then you have a way to resolve those as well.
So it looks like, Steve, that we can solve a couple of your prime concerns. The first being that you'll be able to choose the modules that you need and you won't have to pay extra.
Good,
The second being that we can customize the database to suit your number of concurrent users.
Excellent.
Now, the one thing I don't know that we'll be able to offer is one full-time dedicated resource. So that I understand, tell me what that means to you.
It means that I have a response when I have a question. I need somebody right there in the office so I can say, how do you do this? And they understand my business enough to give me an answer.
Okay, so it sounds like dedicated resource means quick response time and full expertise of your business.
Yes.
Okay, so if we could get you that level of service, but with a shared team instead of one individual, and we put that language in the contract in a service level agreement, how would that make you feel?
I don't know. I guess with the two guarantees that you can give me, I would be willing to consider it, but I do have my reservations.
All right, well, we don't have to make a decision today. I'm happy that it's even on the table. That's great news.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, what's the value of having these three options as options when you do not believe that you might be able to resolve their criteria? So you can reframe, change the importance, or show that no one can. What's the value of having those three options? Let's go back in the back.
You can continue the sales process. It doesn't have to be an end.
Yeah, it's not the end, right? And so what did Brooke say at the very end of that meeting? What did she say? Do you remember what she said?
Glad that's on the table.
Yeah, hey, perfect. We don't have to solve this now, because he said, I'd still have reservations. That's fine. Let's carry forward with reservations. We don't need an answer now. As long as we're still on the path of discovery, and that's an option, then we can proceed forward. So the value is that it gives us options to try to say, can we continue to move forward towards a win-win solution or not? And it gives us some options. So let's dive into these three and really spend some time understanding them. So you see them over on page 25. Again, as it said in the beginning of that video, when you begin to understand their criteria, if you can meet that criteria, look on page 25, then just provide whatever you need to meet that. Show them the data, conduct the research that's needed, tell them third-party stories, whatever it is, just do what they say they need. And sometimes we can do that, but sometimes we can't. We can't meet their criteria. And it says on 25, if you can't meet their criteria, either reframe the criterion, change the importance of the criterion, or show that no one can meet the criterion by offering an apples-to-apples comparison. Let's dive into them a little bit deeper. You look over on page 26, you're going to see an example of these. And so, as we said, when you can meet, just provide what is necessary to meet. When you can't, you've got options. So take a look at the example at the top of page 26 first. The situation is the client states that each person on the project must have at least 8 years of experience on the platform. So they offered you an objection, you slowed down, you acknowledged it, you understood what they meant, you asked them for their criterion, and they said, well, what that means to me to resolve this apprehension is I would need to have every single person on the project have at least 8 years of experience on our platform. And in your mind, you're saying, there ain't no way. There's no way. I don't have that. And so you can't meet the criteria. So now what do you do? What are your options? And you'll see examples here on reframe, change, and show. And so reframe is literally that identifying the client's equation. You saw Craig talk about x equals y. We want to demonstrate that z can equal y as well. And so look at the language on page 26. Can I get someone to read that for me? Right underneath of reframe. Would someone volunteer to read that client statement? Let's go over here.
You want us each to have a minimum of 8 years of experience on this platform. With 8 years of experience, you feel each of us would be highly competent to meet your needs. If we could guarantee competency, but could not guarantee the 8 years, would that still work for you?
So what do you hear in that languaging? What is he trying to do? What's the point of that option? Let's go back here.
Some other form of proven competency to 8 years experience.
Yeah. So in the client's mind, they're equating 8 years with what? 8 years equals competence. Well, where did that number come from? I don't know. 7 years is not competent, 9 is, so you're just trying to say, hey, I can't guarantee you that, but I'm pretty assured I can guarantee you competence. And so you're just trying to literally reframe the client's thinking. To you, 8 years equals competence. What if I can guarantee the competence but not the 8 years? Should we still be talking? And you heard even the language that Brooke used in that video in terms of, we could write it into SLA, service level agreements, if you use those. We'll back that. I'm not just making a claim. We'll actually stand behind this belief. The second one is an order of change. It says, alter the priority of the criterion to determine the value the client places on the criterion. Alter the priority to determine the value the client places on the criterion. Can I get someone to read that? Go here.
Let's say our results are real and obtainable, that you and your customers are both big winners, and that stockholders are happy. The only issue we can't fully resolve to your satisfaction is that every member of our team has a minimum of 8 years experience with the platform. Would that one unresolved issue mean you would say no to the entire solution?
Okay. And again, in that languaging, what are you hearing? What's the thought process there in the change the priority? Someone explain a little bit what's going on there. Go ahead.
That 8 years may not be such the heavy hitter, that they both are big winners and they want their stockholders to be happy.
Yeah, so I heard you need this, 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 and this. Now we're at a standstill because of 8 years. But man, let's get real for a second. If I can give you all these other things, but I can't, are we throwing this whole thing away? And so that's what you're checking in with. I can give you this, 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 and this, but I can't give you that. Are we still in the talking here? Again, we're just trying to decide if we can go forward. And then the last one, the show, is offer to do an apples-to-apples comparison to demonstrate that no one can meet that criterion. And so again, this guy wants 8 years of experience on the platform. Would someone read that show example at the bottom of page 26? Go ahead.
On a project of this size, is anyone guaranteeing that all team members assigned to your project will have at least 8 years of experience?
Okay. Now, why is he saying that? Why is this person throwing that out there? What is their belief as they hear this?
You'd have to believe that it's not standard in the industry to have 8 years of experience.
Yeah, so you would go to show, if I'm hearing your criterion and I'm thinking in my mind, man, I've been doing this for a long time. I don't know anybody in the marketplace right now that is going to be able to offer you everything you're saying in that 8 years. And so in show, I'm just trying to slow down and say, well, let me just slow down for a second. Has anybody been able to guarantee you that every single member of their team will have 8 years? And if they said yes, then what would you say? Let's do the apples to apples. I'd love to see that, right? Look, I don't want to see anything proprietary by any means, but I'm not thinking we're comparing apples to apples here. So if you'd be willing to invest the time, let's take their work and agreement beside ours and just make sure we're doing an apples to apples comparison. Because check this out, because if they can do all of this, what will you tell the client to do? Go do that, because I've never seen something like that before. All this and 8 years. Man, if they've got that in writing and they're guaranteeing it, then I'll be the first one to tell you to go do that. But that's not my belief. My belief is we're missing something here. So do you mind investing the time to do that comparison from that standpoint? So that's the reframe, change, and show. And now we want you to do it. Now listen closely. Take a look over on page 27. On page 27, there's a totally different situation. Has nothing to do with the situation on page 26. On 27, it says, read the situation below, then describe how you would reframe, change, or show to help resolve the client objection. Now, here's the situation. The client is asking for the new upgraded software in an unachievable timeline. So you've gone through acknowledge, understand, resolve. The client says, here's what we would need. We would need this whole entire upgraded software to be in the next 6 weeks. And in your mind, you're thinking, we won't even have the contract done within 6 weeks. I'm thinking like 20 weeks for that to happen. There's just no way you can meet that criterion. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to break this down by table. So this table back here, why don't you guys take reframe? And so you're going to take that situation and create a reframe collectively as a group. Everybody talk through it and create one response. Why don't you guys take change, the importance, if you will. You guys take show, that no one can meet it. We'll have you guys do reframe as well, and then we'll have you guys do change as well. Okay, so 5 different responses in the room, all off of that situation. Now, feel free to read page 26 again, just to get some ideas of languaging and things. But see what you can come up with for the situation on page 27. We'll give you about 5 minutes to come up with a response. Okay, let me pull you back in. Let's just hear 1 or 2 examples. And so we have 3 options in terms of where we can go when we begin to have doubts that we can actually meet the client's criteria. And so the first one is this aspect of reframing. It says identify the client's equation, x equals y, and then substitute your equation that z can equal y as well. And so did you guys have reframe back there? So what did you come up with in terms of a possible reframe? And again, this is just possible. The client's asking for a new upgraded software in an unachievable timeline. And what did you say? You could possibly say.
We said, we understand your main objective is to receive the new upgraded software. If we can guarantee the delivery of the new upgraded software, but maybe in a more reasonable time frame to make sure that we're giving you the best fully functioning software, would that be acceptable to discuss?
Okay, and so you're substituting the fully functional. We can deliver it fully functional, just not in that time frame. So is that something? Okay, that's a possibility. And then who had change? You guys had change back there? What did you come up with in terms of change? Alter the priority of the criterion to determine the value the client places on the criterion. So what did you guys come up with?
We came up with perhaps what you're really looking for. What we really want to know is what you need in that time frame. Do you need the entire software package, or are there a specific set of functions that you need, a specific set of problems that you need to have fixed? That perhaps we can put something together where we can solve that problem in the time frame that you need it, and then backfill with the rest of the software afterwards.
I like it. So very much like they uncovered in the video here when they understood the objection, we don't need the whole thing. You keep trying to sell us everything. Maybe in this situation, the client doesn't need the full package integrated within that time frame. They just need A, B, and C. And so if we can deliver you those things guaranteed within that timeline and then get the rest of it installed later, does that still meet your criterion? I like that one. And then the last is show. You guys came up with the show. And so what did you come up with there?
Well, in the industry, it's all time, and so everyone takes this amount of time to develop the software. So are the other people that you're talking to doing the same level for the same price? We could hit that delivery if we add additional resources to it, additional teams and so forth, but the price will have to change.
Okay. So to meet that, is anybody being able to do that? And you're saying well, maybe we could meet that as well if they say yes, but then the price may go up is equivalent to that. And so that's an option as well. Now these folks both did reframe and change as well, and we're not going to hear theirs. We're going to reward them for being in the front of the class, so we're just going to assume that their answers are absolutely spot on and perfect. So we'll just rely on yours as the examples. See, there is a reward for sitting in the front, absolutely. All right, so those are our examples of reframe, change, and show to just give us this idea that as we begin to really work with the client to try to resolve these objections, even when we uncover the client's criteria, even when we begin to feel as if we may not be able to meet that, there's still other options as to how we can proceed. As we go on break and we come back from break, we are going to jump into a very different world on page 28, which is the aspect of getting into price objections. So when we come back from break, we'll deal with price objections. Before we send you on break, let's check back in on value. And so last question on this concept of reframe, change, and show is how could having those options, they're just options, how could having those options benefit you and your client in resolving objections? Who can think about something with that? Where's the value in this? If I've got those 3 options out there, how can that benefit potentially me and my client? Let's go here. We'll come back there. Go ahead.
It exposes more enabling factors to the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, so go back to our mindset, enabling good decisions. We're at an impasse. It doesn't mean we don't have good decisions. It gives us options to continue exploring that. And so I like that. What would you add to that?
It also helps your customer get a better understanding of what their real criteria are. A lot of times they think they know a like with this example of software and a timeline. They may think they need it all by a certain date because in their mind, they have to have it all to solve the problem that they have. And that may not actually be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And so again, it helps us help our clients understand themselves and their needs. And so I was thinking also around the last one, when we try to show what other people have on the table might not be real. They might be saying, yeah, we can do that. No, really, we can't, but we'll act as if we could. And so I might be able to expose that as well, that if that really is my belief, that no one in the industry can do that, and I allow my customer to examine that with me and we work at that together, we may show them some things there that, looking at this apples to apples, they're telling you this, but if we look at the fine print, they're not guaranteeing this, they're not guaranteeing that, and we were. And so you can begin to really look at that comparison. So lots of value added on both sides. So let's go on our afternoon break. We will take 15 minutes for a break. When we come back, we'll be diving into what sometimes can be one of the most challenging parts of objections, which is handling price. So let's take 15 minutes, and we'll be back in 15 minutes to jump into price. All right, welcome back from break. And so we're in the third skill set, which is playing off our mindset that we talked about all day long. And in this third skill set, we've talked about handling objections. How do we resolve client objections? And we've done it so far through the lens of non-price objections. And yet we all have enough experience to realize some of the most difficult objections is when they say, yeah, I went right to the last page, and that $700 figure, yeah, that needs to be about $500,000. Can you do that? And it's just flat out. It's just a flat out objection to our price. And so to make this real, we're going to talk about money. And so to make this real and to have you kind of understand what this is about, I need all the gentlemen in the room to pull out your wallet, as long as you have it handily available. Ladies, if you'll grab your purse, if you have it handy, just grab your purse real quick. Don't go to a bag or something and get it if you've got it. What we're going to do is we're going to partner up again. You're going to find someone that you don't know. We've been doing this a couple times today. Find someone you don't know, and here's what you're going to do. So when you partner with someone, so I haven't worked with Daniel yet, so Daniel and I are going to be partners. And first thing I want you to do is open up your wallet and just take out your cash and just share with your partner how much cash that you have. So 1, 2, 3, 8. So I have about $68. So how much cash do you carry on you? So some of you might say, yeah, that's easy, none. Then once you go through your cash, then grab a credit card next. And so this happens to be my Hilton Honors credit card. And just share with your partner what the limit is on that card and also what the balance is on that card, if you'll do that. And then once you do that for credit cards, then go into debit cards, which is your banking card. And when you get to your debit card, just share what your balance is in your checking account with your partner. You'll do this in both directions. Why are y'all looking at me like that? Tom, you said no. What's wrong, Tom? Because there's nothing in there. I like that. So we are not going to do that. Feel free to put your wallets away. But I really want you to focus on what literally just happened to you as I started going through what I was saying we were going to do in that breakout. What was happening inside of you as I started saying you're going to open your wallet and pull out your cash?
I was embarrassed how broke I was.
Okay, so that's one thing. What else? What else? Say it again. Panic. Yeah, that's some really personal information, isn't it? It's like cash is one thing, because cash is cash. Like I got $2 or I have none or I have 68. Some people might be embarrassed because they have $8,000 on them or something like that. But but then you get into credit cards and limits and balances and checking accounts. How many of you could feel the anxiety inside of yourself building as I was expecting you to do that? Some of you are like, no, we're not doing it. No, he's not. No, there's no way. And you're having this whole conversation in your head. See, what happens is everything changes when money comes up. And so just those exact same feelings you were feeling right there are the same exact feelings that enter into our relationship with our clients the second that money is brought into the conversation. So as we jump into this conversation about price objections, it's very important to realize things change. It's one thing when you're too big, it's a whole different thing when you're too expensive. And so the way we resolve these are sometimes very different. And so we want to take a look at our price objections. So again, just like we did before, you guys are probably experts about this. And so we want to find out from you first. And so if you look at the top of page 28, let's go back to, let's do this one as pairs. We haven't kind of broke off as pairs. You guys could stick as a 3 if you want. Other tables break off as a 2, 2 and 2. You guys do 3 and 2. You guys do 3 and 2, and you guys do 3 and 2 there. Let's just have a conversation with our smaller group in terms of, let's get out some best practices. What are your best practices for resolving price objections? So now, different than the non-price, this is specifically when dealing with price. Work with your partner or your threesome and see what you can come up with in terms of best practices. We'll give you about 4 or 5 minutes on this exercise. All right, let me pull you back in. And so again, we are at the top of page 28 in your participant guide, and we are sharing best practices. So let's hear, and again, from the standpoint of synergy, if you hear someone talk about something that you don't have on your list, make sure that you add it to your list. And so who'd be willing to share one of the best practices they came up with in their small group? What's a best practice around handling price objections? All right, let's go over here.
Never apologize for my price.
Talk to me a little bit more about that. What do you mean?
Well, if I'm higher priced, and it happens regularly, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm sorry we're so expensive. I try and explain that, and I was just talking here about it's kind of cliche, but you get what you pay for. But it's still true. You do get what you pay for normally. And so I try and keep myself in a strong standing position, I think, by not apologizing.
Yeah, I like it. Don't apologize. Don't be ashamed of the fact that your price is high. There is a just reason why your price is high, or you'd be out of business. Does that make sense? If my price was artificially high compared to my competition, I didn't deliver value to justify that price, then I wouldn't be in business. And so other people have found value in it. We just have to figure out if you and I find value in it. If we can, let's do business together. If we can't, let's not. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I like that one. What's another best practice that you have in terms of handling price objections? Let's go back here to the back.
I like to do apples for apples, just to make sure that they're getting the same value from somebody else that they would from me. And if there's not, then I can show them hidden fees or extra costs or things like that that actually makes my price cheaper than the price that's quoted to them.
Yeah, and that's real. Many times that, when you get, especially the more complex your solutioning gets, that by the time you get to pricing, you might have options and features and things built into your pricing that others may not. And so when they say you're 10% higher, and if you know your industry well and you believe in that price, say, well, I find that really hard to believe. Can we just do an apples-to-apples comparison? Because there may be things I'm missing, there may be things that they're missing. What's important is that you get what you're paying for, and we're clear about that. And so offer the apples-to-apples comparison. I like it. Another one. What's another best practice? Yes, over here.
Price comparison, what we're able to offer versus if you were to go in off the street and have to purchase this service steeply discounted.
Okay, so be able to just show options. So here's our option, here's another option if you were just off the street, and you can do a comparison and see the differences. I like it. One more.
Just a thought. For most part, you got to realize it's emotional. It's emotional, and so sometimes they got to find the solution to be able to afford it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So talk more about the emotion there with what you're saying.
So you're focusing on their emotion as far as with being able to afford it and come up with solutions and ways that they can make it more affordable.
More affordable to them. Okay? And it goes back to that emotional connection, right? That chemistry between us and those things that we've talked about before. You see some other price best practices down there on the bottom of page 28. And again, I think we've hit a lot of these. Do not get defensive. It actually makes sense for the client to push back on price. Think about that sentence. It actually makes sense for the client to push back on price. So don't be surprised. Be prepared. Don't apologize. Understand what they need, and just realize it would probably not make sense for them not to do this, right? If giving a concession, get a fair value exchange in return that is both realistic and beneficial to you and your client. We're going to dive into that one a little bit more in depth. Never give. Put a check mark beside this one. This one is so vital and important in the way we look at this. Never give the same scope, timing, and division of labor at a lower price. Your price is your price. It's kind of back to what Ken said. If you want the price to be different, we've got to find a fair value exchange in there. Our price is our price, and we deliver that value. And then the last one, again, is work together, not against each other. This is, can we find common ground to create a win-win where we both win and do great business together or not? And so in there, you heard in this second one about a fair value exchange. Let's talk about that one in a little bit more depth here. So take a look at the top of page 29. And let's explore a little bit this concept of a fair value exchange. Can I get someone to read the statement underneath a fair value exchange at the top of page 29? Can I get a volunteer to read that? Let's go back here.
Price is affected by many factors, including scope, timing, and division of labor. A fair value exchange involves adjusting factors so that both you and the client get something of value.
And so we put our price on the table, and that price is made up of a bunch of different things. 3 of them are here, the concept of scope, timing, and division of labor. One of our nuances says never give the same scope, timing, and division of labor at a lower price. And so if the client wants a lower price, we're not saying don't give them a lower price. We're just saying, is there a fair value exchange that if we lower our price, we get something of value as well? And so maybe we can. And so let's look at the examples. Look at example 1 there. You're seeking a $50,000 reduction in our price. What's the fair value exchange? How are we going to exchange that value? One way we could meet that request is to consider advertising and marketing value from your organization in exchange for the discount. See, on my P&L, I've got a line budgeted once a year for $250,000 for marketing and advertising. You're asking for a $50,000 reduction. If I give that to you, and I have very specific parameters about what I get in return from that, if you're willing to do some marketing and some advertising, be a name out there for us to be able to talk about, help us do white papers, I take that $50,000 off my P&L, give it to you, I'm still getting the same value in return. And so that's what we mean by a fair value exchange. Look at number 2. We had discussed a 2-year contract for this current pricing structure. If you'd be willing to lock into a 3-year contract, we'll be able to meet your pricing request. You're asking for a 5% discount. Well, that was a 2-year contract. If I can lock you in for 3 years, I'd be willing to make that 5% discount. Is that a fair value exchange for you, Mr. Customer? We had spoken of an 8-week window for delivery. If we were able to spread that out over 16 weeks, I think we could meet your pricing objectives. I had this priced out with people running at all hours of the day and night to get this done in 8 weeks. If you could look at doing a 16-week in terms of the scope and the delivery, then maybe we can reduce our price, because then I've got other things I can do in there to make up for that. And so those are what we look at when we talk about fair value exchanges. Now, we're going to have you actually try this. And before we do, we want you to actually take a look at this video and watch them actually do this in this exercise. And so keep in mind, as we said, that it's realistic and valuable for both you and your client. It goes back to that win-win. You get your discount, we get something in return for that. So let's tune in and listen to our sales professionals get some coaching and work through this resolving of a price objection.
Now, James, I do want to make sure that we're at our $500,000 budget, which we talked about, and not at the $700,000, which was in your original proposal.
Sure. And Steve, I know that that's a huge consideration for you,
Yeah.
and I respect that, absolutely. I'd like to dig in a little bit deeper if we can.
Sure.
First, let's look at an apples-to-apples comparison and compare our scope to others who've made proposals as well, just so we can understand that we're on the same page as far as what the offering is. If that's okay with you, would you mind telling a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah, you know, our most current thinking is that we want to take this implementation.
Well, thank you, Steve and Nell, for going through that exercise. I can say that was extremely helpful for us, and we found ways that we can sharpen our pencils based on that. When we look at the apples to apples, it still appears that we're going to come in at a price that's about a 20% premium to our competitors. And what I want to know is, should we continue to propose at this point?
What we're saying is that we want to stay near budget, but we don't want to scale back so far that we don't reach our goals.
Right, because I mean, the price is still critical, as you know. I think you've demonstrated that you have some value to offer us, and I think right now I'm in a position where I just have to think it over.
Yeah.
All right, so you hear them work through a price objection, and so what we want is to have you do that same thing. So here's what we're going to do. What I need you to do is find the green topped cards. They say price-related objections at the top. You have the green stripe across the top, and again, it should start with card 17, and 17 again is just the process and the pattern. Take a look at the back of card 18. Look at the back of, it actually says price-related objections, and then it has acknowledge resolve. What's missing there? Understand. It was a 3-part process before, right? Now we're in price. What happened to understand? It's a 2-part process.
Everybody understands money.
When someone says your price is too high, I'm not sure what you mean by too high. It's like there's not a lot of understanding to go into there. And so what we find many times, now, all joking aside, there may be times, listen closely, there may be times where it's very appropriate to go into and understand because they say something in a way that you're really not sure exactly what they mean. And so you might move in to understand. But what we have found a lot of times is if you try to force an understand in here, it doesn't usually sound very good. A price objection is a price objection. You're too high. You're 20% too high. We're looking at 500, not 700. It's very, very clear. We still need to acknowledge it. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm happy that you're sharing that now. You still need to acknowledge it, but pretty quickly you got to get right into a resolve. So take a look at this very first card. Let's work through it together. Page 19 or card 19. Client says, and these get a little bit more difficult. These are a little more edgy, if you will. Client says, it's no secret that we're number one in our industry. If you make this work for us, we both know you'll get a lot more business because of this relationship. I want some financial considerations for that reality. Sounds logical, right? Remember one of those best practices, it sounds logical. That makes total sense. They are a big player in the industry, and that is a true statement in what he's saying. Now, let's take a look at the back and look at how the response is. Again, the acknowledgement. I understand why you'd say that. Again, that makes sense. Slow down, acknowledge what the person's saying. You know, and again, it's not agreeing or disagreeing. You're not saying, oh, you're actually right, we're going to get all kinds of business because of you. You don't want to agree with it, just acknowledge it. Makes sense that you'd say that. And now look at the resolve. It says you do deserve a financial consideration, and the biggest one we can provide you is to deliver the value you expect from this project. What you seem to be suggesting is an exchange of marketing or advertising value. If we could formalize what you'd be willing to do from an advertising point of view, we'd consider allocating part of our advertising budget to your efforts. Is that something you'd like to discuss? And so you acknowledge it, and then you move right into a resolution and ask a question and turn it right back over to the client. So here's what I want you to do. Find a totally brand new partner. Again, there's plenty of people in the room you have not had a chance to interact with. Introduce yourself to each other. Figure out who's going to play the client first, just like you did in the other cards. Read the client statement. Do not turn it over until you try it. It might sound rough at first because, again, it's a new pattern. We're skipping the understand part. Just acknowledge what has been said and then move into a resolve. Try it, turn the card over. Both of you review the card, look for the pattern, and then switch roles and try it again. Remember, the client does not need to say anything in these roles. All right, find a brand new partner. We'll give you time to get through most of these cards, and then we'll come back and debrief them. So now we have done some work on this third skill set of resolving objections, and so far everything has been hypothetical. When we get into this last practice round, it's all about the concept of price objections. And so we said earlier that we kind of changed the pattern a little bit, that sometimes it makes sense to use all three, sometimes it doesn't. If someone said, for instance, your price is too high, that might be a situation where you use understand because too high, what does that mean? Is that off by $200,000 like in that example or $20,000? And so if someone just said your price is, look, let's just level set here, your price is too high. Well, thank you for bringing that up. And just so that we're starting on the same page, can you help me understand a little bit more what you mean by too high? And so you may use that understand in there, or they may say your price is 20% too high. And there's no need to understand that any clearer. They've said it's 20% too high. And so sometimes you'll use that understand. It makes perfect sense to dive in before trying to go into resolution. Sometimes you don't. You just go right into resolution. Now it's time to actually put this out. Yes, go ahead, Randall.
Well, I was just going to ask, Sean, so if they say, hey, your price is 20% high, I'm clear on the numbers. I can make the calculation in my head. Would it make sense to try to understand the reason or how they came up with that 20% before I dive in?
Yeah, so that's where you could go into the understand part, right? And so again, if you want to understand, well, where's that coming from? How are we so far off? Again, especially if it's very, very typical that in a competitive landscape, because we get to know our competition, I'm not usually off by 20%. I mean, that's a lot. If you're thinking that's a lot, it might say, well, help me understand where you're coming up with that 20% number. Then see if we can go into resolve. And so there's many times where you'll find something where understand makes perfect sense. It's a great example. Yes, Tom?
Yeah, if they're using a percentage, they are comparing it to something else.
Yeah.
So they have a baseline, and then you can find out what that baseline is.
Absolutely. Yeah, but as soon as they say 20%, it's a missing comparative. Well, 20% compared to what? To what you thought this was going to be, compared to other bids that you have, compared to some number you got on the golf course last week from what? Like, I don't understand. So help me understand what that is, and then we can move towards resolving. Because it might be that they were just sitting around the boardroom and that's what they thought it should be. And I'm not being compared to anybody, and I want to know that kind of information. So those are perfect examples of where understand may be really rich and valuable in doing that before moving to resolve. So let's go back into our blueprint. Let's go back into our call plan and get real again on this client activity that we've got coming up. So all day long, we've been touching base on this call plan, this closing call plan, which remember we said acts almost like a blueprint for the next meeting. We've done some work on the end in mind. We've done some work on the key beliefs and proof points. Now we want to go down into the lower sections of each of these key beliefs, which is questions and objections. Now, questions obviously are just not quite to objection level, but as I present my proof points, the customer may have a question about that, and we want to be able to anticipate it and figure out how we're going to answer it before we're in the meeting. Some of them go to flat-out objections. And we talked when we first launched this that it's about anticipating those and maybe taking those away in your proof points. So what I want to do for a couple minutes is give you time to go through your 3 client key beliefs, understanding any questions that may come out, how you may resolve them, getting into some potential objections. When you're trying to let them understand that you know their business situation, what may a possible objection be? And if there's one there, how are you going to handle it? Now I'm going to actually feed you an objection. Listen closely. Go to the middle key belief, client key belief number 2. That says your solution meets our needs. Now, as we get into the closing zone, one of those needs is a financial need, right? That your solution, if it's 20% higher than what I can afford, that doesn't meet my needs. So one of the potential objections that could come up here, and I actually want you to practice this one, go down to client objections, and just right in there, your price is too high. We want to act as if we want you to prepare for a situation where you walk into this meeting and your client gives you a flat-out price objection. What I want from you is in that responses box, what I want you to do is think about some fair value exchanges that you could walk into that meeting having already thought through. That you're not caught off guard, trying to think of it in the moment, but I've thought about you as a client. I've thought about your situation, where you are in the marketplace, who you know, what you do, and I've thought about if you're wanting a discount from me, here's a potential fair value exchange I can see. I've got my top clients on this, I've got my top performers on this. That's what you asked for. You asked for my A team. Now you're asking for a discount. If I can give you some of my A team and a couple from my B team, maybe get this done in 6 weeks versus 4, we might be able to talk a potential exchange. That's the kind of things I'm looking for in that response. So think through specifically to this client in this situation. If they push, what are some potential fair value exchanges you can anticipate that you may be able to offer for discussion points? Now, I'm going to be walking around the room as you're filling this out, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, offer you some coaching on this. It's getting a little bit more complicated and complex as we do this. We'll leave you in this for several minutes because there's a lot we want you to be working on here in terms of questions, objections, your responses to them, and then specifically on that one about price, coming up with a fair value exchange. Are there any questions before I send you off into the exercise? Does that all make sense for everybody? All right, have at it. I'll be walking around, and if you need any help, just raise your hand, and I'll be happy to help you out. All right, so let me ask you to wrap up that thinking. And again, we're creating a blueprint here, and so hopefully this meeting is not tomorrow. I'm hoping. Hopefully the meeting's not tomorrow, and you got a little bit more time to come back and work on this blueprint. Eventually, you'll turn it into a presentation or a discussion or whatever the natural reality will be of the meeting. And so let me just stop you right there with what you're working on. You'll have some more time to work on this as you leave. So we talk about resolving objections and using the 3-part response. The question is, how does using the 3-part response march us and our clients down the field further and further towards an eventual win-win outcome? So how does the 3-part response help us march ourselves and our clients down the field to that eventual final decision? What are your thoughts?
It enables us to relate and resolve their concerns and build that relationship. And also, if we truly believe in the product that we're selling, we are truly helping them.
Okay. Yep. Or what? or not, right? And so as we work through the three-part response, this is no magic formula that we always resolve the objections and we always get to the goal line and score and have a win-win, but it's a process, it's a methodology to say, hey, can we get real with our clients, try to enable the decisions for a good win-win outcome by having some responses to these objections. And we will either resolve it and continue marching forward or not, and that's the reality. And so it helps us enable those decisions as we go forward. So let's dive into our fourth and final skill set. And before we jump into the skill set, what should we probably refresh? The mindset. Where's our mindset? You should have this thumbnailed and tagged and all those things. And so go back to our mindset. It's going to be back on page 6. The top performer mindset. My role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes. Again, we level set with that so often because that's the way top performers think. It's the way they approach their business. When they approach it that way, they then are able to impact this fourth skill set. If we turn over to page 31, the fourth skill set we're going to focus on is what we call prepare the conditions for good decision making. Prepare the conditions for good decision making. Take a look at the top of page 31. It says, how will you influence the conditions for good decision making before each client meeting? How will you influence the conditions for good decision making before client meetings? To have this make sense, let me ask you some questions, just by show of hands. See if you've ever been in these situations. How many of you have ever sent a proposal when it would have been better to present that information in person? Raise your hands if you will. Send a proposal when it would have been better to present in person. Let's just check in with another one. How many of you have presented when the right people were not even in the room? Have you ever done that? Yep, most of us are guilty of that as well. And last but not least, how many of you have ever run out of time when delivering a presentation? Yep, we've all done that as well, right? And so if we do those things, let me ask you a question. What is the result of sending in a proposal when it would have been better to present it in writing, of delivering a presentation when the right people aren't even in the room, and when we run out of time in a decisioning process? What is the result of that?
Just typically the decision is lengthened. Your sales cycle goes out.
Yeah. So we talked earlier about decision velocity, right? Being able to work with our clients to create that decision velocity. And so when these things happen, we end up having to get people back together again, or all kinds of bad things happen. And a lot of times no decision is reached in that meeting. We have to recall people back together again. And it lengthens the process. It doesn't create the decision velocity. And so as we have spent time, and we've said this a couple times today, as we've spent time with the best of the best, what we call the top performers, when we think about this fourth skill set, they really focus on influencing a couple of things when it comes to this level. They focus on presenting in person to the right people for the right amount of time. Let me say that again. Top performers focus. Again, if my job is to enable decisions for a win-win outcome, top performers focus on influencing that they propose and present to the right people, in person, to the right people for the right amount of time. Now let's break that down and kind of talk about what that means. And so as we think about this, we want to actually help you understand what we mean by preparing the conditions. So we need to grab our third and final set of cards. We're going to play a little card game this time. Actually, let me say this. The person in the furthest, so let me just point this out. So David, you grab your card deck, your orange card deck. We only need one deck per. Richard, you grab yours. Vili, you grab yours. Tom, you grab yours. And Adam, you grab yours. Everybody else can put their cards away. What that person that is holding their cards is going to do, take a look again at card 33 if you're holding your cards. You don't need that card. That's all the examples we were just using. And now you're left with about 7 or 8 cards. What I want you to do if you're holding your card deck is deal these cards out one at a time to each person around the table. Once the cards are dealt out, the dealer is going to go first. So go ahead and deal your cards out. Then I'll get your attention back in and we'll tell you what we're going to do with this. All right, now here's what we're going to do. The dealer's going to start. And the dealer's going to start by using the first card that they have. And then we're just going to take turns going around in circle with each person having the next respective card. So if I'm first, I'm with my table. We look at that very first card, which would be card 35. And there's a client statement on the front of it. The client statement says, we are definitely interested. When can you send us a proposal? Has anybody ever heard that one before? Right, now, at the bottom of that card, it says that there's a belief. This is our belief as a sales professional. Our belief says a proposal is not going to do justice to the solution, and you believe it serves the best interest of the solution if you're able to present in person. Now, here's my question. If that's your belief, are you going to try and influence this, or are you just going to send them a proposal? What we have found top performers do is they try to influence this. And so on the back of the card, don't turn it over, on the back of the card, there's an acknowledgement and there's a resolve. Go back to the last pattern we used. There's an acknowledgement and there's a resolve. Most of the time, again, maybe sometimes, most of the time, there's no need for further clarification. He's made it very clear, we're interested, send me a proposal. We can help you understand what you mean by send. No, you don't need to understand that anymore. Send me a proposal. That's what he's going to say. Your belief, that's not good. That's not good for the solution. Stick to the solution. Your intent is to the solution. If that's true, then try to figure out. So if I'm dealing, and I've done this first card, Tom gets to sit back and relax while these four try to figure out the response to this card. So everybody else at the table is going to try and work together to try and figure out, well, what would an acknowledge and a resolve sound like? Get one together with you, and then Tom will read the back of his card. Again, don't measure it as a right or wrong or that mine's better or anything like that. It's just listen for the pattern. Put the card down, shift, we'll go over to Shelly. She'll read her card. Everybody kind of gets theirs, and we'll just go round robin until we stop. Does everybody understand the situation? So just take turns as you go around. If the person who dealt the cards will read their situation first, the other 3 or 4 people, just see if you can work together to come up with a good acknowledge and a good resolve statement. Remember, influence the conditions. We'll give you about 5 minutes on this exercise. Go ahead. All right, so let's process the activity that you just went through. And so as you begin to read through those cards and have those discussions, let me just ask you, what did you learn about preparing the conditions for good decision making? What did you learn about preparing the conditions for good decision making? Let's go back here.
It seems like what you're really fighting against is your customers trying to take shortcuts. Trying to make their life simpler and quicker, and I'll just send it over, just do this, and I'll take care of it, don't worry about it. And it's a difficult thing to, because what you're asking is for them to do it the hard way, rather than the easy way. And so I think that's just something to think about as you go forward, that most of this is driven by people trying to make their lives easier. And so you have to find a way to sell them on doing it the hard way.
Good insight. Others, what did you learn about influencing the conditions? What are your thoughts and takeaways as you went through that exercise? Let's go here and then we'll go back there.
It still goes back to...
Can you speak up a little bit?
It still goes back to, are we really enabling them and influencing them to make the optimal or best decision? And if that's our intent, then we need to prepare and handle that almost like an objection and work through it if we can.
Yeah, it really is an objection to a good solution, right? And it goes back to what you said, if they take these shortcuts, the danger of the shortcut, if the shortcut could lead to a good outcome, then maybe take it. But my fear is taking that shortcut is not going to leave you with a good solution, whether it's mine or not. So I'm not fighting at this point in time for my solution. That's really important. Remember, week 3 is about intent. I'm not fighting for my solution. I'm fighting for you to be able to use these parameters to make a good decision here about the solution you're going to choose. And so I like that one as well. What did you have to say?
So I guess my takeaway was, the thing I learned most was that in my specific situation, that I haven't fought hard enough for the right conditions. Not that I don't do my best at it, but I thought about the context of I should fight a little bit harder to get a better situation in the beginning.
Yeah. And what is it? Let's be very clear. What is it that you're fighting for?
I guess it goes back to those 3 elements, which are, is it in person? Do I have the right people in the room? Am I talking to the decision makers? Okay. And making sure that all those things come together.
And why are you fighting for those?
Well, for obvious reasons, it's shortening the sales cycle for me.
Okay.
And for them, it's allowing them to make a more informed decision with the right information at the right time.
Right, because my role is to influence decisions towards win-win outcomes. And what I hear you saying, the potential fear is, that's not a win-win outcome. And again, it goes back, Ted and I had a great conversation that what if, like Ted's question when we were doing some coaching on the key belief section was, what if you really feel they're making a mistake? There's times where you've earned that trust, you just flat out tell them, my fear is you're making a big mistake here. If I'm that confident about my solution and the fact that the choice that you're going to make because of taking this shortcut is going to lead you to a solution that you're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for and live with for a long, long time, it's my responsibility to call that out. And that's what we're looking for here, that our intent is to fight for the solution, not to fight with you, not to fight about this, not to fight about me, but let's fight for the solution. And what I'm hearing, I'm not sure is going to get you to a good solution, so it's my responsibility to call that out. Now, is your influence always going to work? Are they always going to say, oh, yeah, sure, we'll get everybody together, you can present to them? No, that's not what we're saying at all. But it's our obligation to at least try to influence it. So I think you hit all of these, but let's hit on some best practices. And so if you look in your book, you see some best practices. Proactively, there's that word, that's actually habit 1. Proactively influence the logistics well in advance of the meeting. So I don't want this to be the day before. So I want this to happen like a week before the meeting's happening, to know who you're inviting and make sure the right people are there, that it's in person, all those rights we talked about. Be willing to push back on logistics that don't enable a good decision. Push back. I'm doing this. Again, I was talking to Ted and we were like, well, what does your doctor do if you're doing something that he knows is not in your best interest? If you're continuing to gain weight or eat sugar or whatever the thing, it's going to get to the point where they're going to be very direct. And they're going to say, you need to stop doing this. Be willing to have that stance. You're fighting to enable a good decision. Push back when you need to. Focus on achieving that win-win outcome. Make sure that your intent's in the right place. So if you will, turn back real quick, just to keep this in mind. Turn back to week 11 of your playbook. So go all the way back to your playbook tab. Grab the tab that says 11 and 12, and it's on that front-facing part of that. And you'll see again that this is the week where we're going to come back, and I did some practice in here with the cards. You're going to do more practice with those. You see that it says review certain pages in your participant guide. There's an additional video. That video is on your thumb drive. Complete a prepare conditions section of your call plan. So again, it's not as if that's the only time you're going to focus on this. You're going to spend a whole week on this exercise as you leave here and go into your playbook process. So I just want to make sure we pointed that out. So let's focus on the very last part of this, which is, we'll be turning over in your book. You'll be on page, would be 33 in your book. Let's talk about something that we call preconditioning the meeting. Now, you heard this before. It was actually some coaching that Craig gave to the sales folks in their meeting. And you see on here, it says preconditioning is confirming the logistics in advance of the client meeting. So what logistics are you going to confirm? Well, that's what we're going to do now. So here's what I need you to do. Take a look at your call plan you've been working on all day long. I now know my end in mind. I have thought through all of my key beliefs and the proof points that would be needed to enable the client to make that end in mind decision. I've thought through some potential questions and how to address them or how to take them away before they come up. I've thought through some objections and how I may handle those objections. We've practiced all of those things. Now I'm ready to go on the very back page at the very bottom. It's actually the very, very, very last part of your call plan. And what I would say to you is, as you think about this process, what is needed, if you will, in order to pull this meeting off? So rather than the client say, I'm going to be there for 30 minutes and we're going to do a WebEx, and you're thinking, there's no way that that's going to work. We want you to actually think through, when it says prepare the conditions, how long of a time frame do you feel you need to have this meeting? Whether they're telling you have a half hour or not, if you think this is an hour-long meeting, then write an hour on there, because you're going to actually push for those conditions. In terms of the location, is it going to be an in-person meeting? There are times where we'll say, well, we'll just pick up the phone and we'll have a call, or we'll do it over some No. This decision that I'm asking you to make here in this end in mind is of so much importance. This needs to be a face-to-face meeting. We need to fly down to Texas and meet with you in person. The people that are in the meeting, from your side and their side, who is needed? Listen closely. And no one extra. What's the danger of extra bodies at this point in time? Say it again.
They could derail.
It's a potential derail, right? And so, all kinds of us going to meet with all kinds of them, that could be a huge waste of time, people, and money at this point in time. So who from my team needs to be present to enable this? Because maybe there's some proof points on this solution that I can't address those proof points well. So my subject matter expert needs to go with me. But this person doesn't. He usually does, but for this meeting, I'm going to leave him behind because he can do nothing but derail us at this point in time. It's wasted resources to take him. On their side, as I make him wasted resources. He's thankful of that. From their side, who's necessary on their side? Maybe they're saying, oh, it's just going to be me, and you're thinking, yeah, that's not going to work. Because for this end in mind to happen, so-and-so has to be there in that meeting, or we can't make this decision. And I don't want to prepare you to go and have the conversation with him because I want to be there and be present. And so we really want you to think through, in order to pull this meeting off well, influence and be proactive in those conditions. So take a couple minutes and just that last section on the very back part, fill that out in terms of what you feel you should fight for and be proactive in terms of this meeting. Again, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come around and answer them for you. All right, it looks like most of you are done with that. So let's take a look at preconditioning over on page 33 in your book. Once we have worked on proactively influencing and fighting for what parameters are necessary to be able to enable this decision, we recommend this last step, which we call preconditioning. And so take a look over on page 33. It says preconditioning is confirming the meeting logistics with the client in advance of the client meeting. Underline that word confirming. And so well before, maybe 3, 4, 5 days before, generally done through an email in today's world, but it doesn't have to be through email. It'd be like sending out a meeting saying, hey, Gene, thanks for the meeting next Friday. Just to make sure we maximize our time, the suggested end in mind is this that we've talked about. The agenda that we'll follow is this. To be able to execute that agenda and that end in mind, I need you to come prepared with these reports that you said we would have ready. We're going to come with the results of the data. And so as you see here on the screen, it says make sure the meeting confirmation includes some of the following logistics. And there's even more just than what's here. Date and time, place, attendees, the agenda, the end in mind. You can put in another bullet for what people should bring to be prepared. I don't want to show up and then not have that report that I thought you were going to have so that we could make this meeting. I want to make sure that you know that I'm bringing the results that I have. And so you want to precondition. Now, again, think about it. The majority of the time you send out this email saying, hey, Gene, thanks for your time. What do you think the majority of the time the email is back from Gene? What do you think? So I sent him this email saying, hey, thanks for your time next Friday. This is the end in mind we agreed upon. This is the agenda we discussed. And we go over all that. Anything changes, let me know. If not, I'll see you on Friday. What do you think generally is the email response you get back from Gene? Sometimes you don't get any response.
Well, I'm just saying the door was left wide open rather than saying, could you respond to me within 24 hours and we'll make sure that we're good
So you
to
could
go.
put parameters in it if you wanted. But generally speaking, if you send that type of an email out in advance of the meeting, what do you think you hear back from the person on the other side? What would you guess?
Sounds good.
Sounds good, spot on, perfect, okay, see you then. That's generally what you get back. But every once in a while, what do you think you get back? Yeah. I'm not going to be here next Friday now. Or so-and-so's not going to make it. Or you know that report we said you were going to bring? Yeah, we're not going to have it. Or my senior VP said he's not going to be in here yet. And it's a change in terms of what you thought. When do you want to know that? Do you want to know that now or when you walk into the meeting? Because how many of us have found those kind of things out when we walk into the meeting? Now, again, it's not by any means saying that there's not going to be something to come up between now and the meeting. But generally speaking, it's just a matter of them saying, fine, spot on. And so we want you to take that level to precondition the meeting as well. And so that's the last step of that in terms of the preconditioning. So here's what we want you to do to get used to what that actually is. We're going to put you into some small groups here, and we're going to have you review 3 samples of preconditioning that is in your participant guide. So if you look at page 34, 35, and 36, let's just get back into those small 2s or 3s that we were in a little while ago. So you guys will just operate as a 3, You kind of 3, you'll do 2 and 2 here. Just get in those same groups. Here's what we want you to do. Read through these preconditioning email samples. Listen closely. I want you to circle anything that you read into that email in terms of someone influencing the conditions, where you can actually read, this person is really being proactive here in influencing the conditions. And then down at the bottom it says, circle the words and phrases that most effectively precondition the client meetings. Record below any words and phrases that you may change. So some of them you may say, I don't really like how that's worded, change it. And so we just want you to read through them, kind of circle the things where you see that people are influencing conditions. And if you have any thoughts on changing it, write those down. So do these as a team, gather some insights on all 3 of those. We'll give you probably about 5 or 6 minutes to read through all 3 of them, and then we'll debrief it. Okay, let's get some thoughts. So again, as you read those are just 3 examples. There's things in there that you say, I like that. There's things in there you say where I don't really like that. Let's just get some thoughts. And so as you read through those examples, who would share some thinking in terms of things you liked about them and things you didn't like about them? Who would share some thoughts? Things you liked about those examples and things maybe you didn't like about them. What did you learn as you went through them? Can we go here? Shelley?
Sample 2, I actually really like that she kind of put out an agenda.
Speak up a little bit if you will.
That she put like an agenda of what they would be talking about.
Yeah, so how often do people walk into meetings having no idea what the meeting's about? And so not only am I preconditioning it in mind, but there's a very clear agenda that I'm going to stick myself to and follow, and I give that to you ahead of time so you can give me feedback on that. So having an agenda in there. Others, I saw some other hands go up. David.
I really liked in the first one how he clarified that they had changed it from a 1-hour meeting to a 2-hour meeting and why they had changed that. So he was reinforcing the fact that this is a benefit to you even though we've extended the time out.
Yep. I know that's long, I know that's hard to do in today's world, and here's why we did that. And again, it was for the solution, right? It wasn't for me to just be able to show up and talk for 2 hours, it's for the solution. Others, what did you notice in there? Did you see a lot? Did you circle a lot in terms of way there were influencing the conditions? You see a lot in there, and so that's what you're looking for in terms of doing that. So as you read through those, again, those are examples, and we recommend you take that final step. We've done all this work. Take that final step of preconditioning to confirm all of those logistics to support a good business decision. Now, as we begin to wrap this up, if you think about what's happened all day long, we said that this closing call plan, what do we say this really represented? It was like a blueprint, right? So we said this really is a blueprint for the meeting that you have coming up. Now, obviously, you're not going to take this into the meeting, so you've got to figure out now, with all of this thinking having been done, how do I begin to organize my meeting? And so we want you to think through from the standpoint of, is this going to be best presented in a slide presentation? Do I need to think about bringing in some really significant research in terms of providing white papers and research to be able to do this? Is it necessary to do a product demonstration as a result of this? And so you got to start thinking through, as I bring this to life in a meeting, how am I going to do that? Is this a virtual meeting? Who's going to be involved? So you got to think really through, how do we actually take this blueprint and turn it into life? Because many of you probably use PowerPoint. And so now I've got to start thinking about, how do I develop that deck? Now, when you develop a PowerPoint deck or you develop this plan, 2 things we haven't talked about yet are, how am I going to open this meeting up and how am I going to close this meeting? And so we want to spend a little bit of time at the very end of our time together talking about the opening and the closing. And so let me ask you a question. In the first few slides of most client presentations you've ever seen, where's the focus? What's the focus on in the first few slides?
Usually about you. It's introductions and this is who we are. I don't know if it's a more sophisticated, they'll talk about industry problems.
Yeah.
But
think through most of those slides, and you can probably name most of them, especially if it's a pretty robust presentation. This is who we are. This is our team. This is our global presence. You ever seen the brand slides? These are all the brands that we've worked with in the past. You kind of heard him say that this morning in the initial meeting, right? He's like, oh yeah, on my way over here, I passed 5 billboards of people we worked with. And you're thinking that the beginning of your meeting, your opening statement is usually focused on who? It's on me, and that may or may not be your best option. So we want to think through this concept of opening and close. You see this at the top of page 37. It says, to ensure the client makes the end-in-mind decision during the meeting, prepare and deliver a powerful open, and close. And so we want to be able to focus on it through that lens. So actually, let's check in with our team that we've been working with all day long and listen to their open and close and some of the coaching that they receive.
So you've got an opportunity, hopefully, to meet with them again. Let me suggest that you get very clear, the both of you, about a single decision. How about if you did this? How about if 3 or 4 days before the meeting, you actually got him on the phone, or you sent him an email and said, listen, we've got some time with you. We've only got 30 minutes. Our time, your time is precious.
5. Yeah.
We need your 5. We got to be focused.
Yeah.
The decision we'd like to feel you to feel comfortable making is share the decision. If that makes sense, we'll move ahead that way. If not, how would you modify it or change it? So you could actually involve him. You could involve Nell in making sure the decision is serving Steve's best interest. You've done a lot of great work to get to the point you have.
So we ask him or we tell him what we think the end decision
You can
could
check it
be,
out ahead of
say,
time.
This is what we're hoping to accomplish and getting you to, and we want to prepare you to be able to make that decision.
Now, the best way to make sure a decision happens is a strong opening and a strong close. So we need strong bookends. So let's just talk a little bit about the opening. I'd suggest as you prepare your opening that the first thing that you include is you state that end in mind decision. So you state it right in the meeting. You check in with Steve. Would that serve your needs? Would that serve the purpose of this meeting? Once you get the check off, like, makes sense, then what we want to do is we want to be able to tell our story only in the context of their story. What that means is everything you share about transform data has to be relevant to Steve. Then you would move to how transform data can solve those issues. And they can check them off. And you'll actually want to ask them, have we clarified that to your satisfaction? And the third thing we want to do is make sure we address any business terms and conditions. High level, like he was big on price. I'm sure that's going to be a key thing as well. So you've got the powerful opening. You've got the middle part. We also want a powerful close. And the powerful close is going to be asking for the decision. So Steve, when we started, we were going to ask you to weigh in. Have you got all the information that you need? And you're going to ask for that decision. Now, once you summarize what you've gone through, they've checked it off, he's in a position then to decide either yes or no. Now, if he says, yes, I do, your job is done. If he says, I don't think so, what would you do then?
Well, what are we missing, Steve? What else do you need to be able to make a decision?
Nice. So what else could we provide you? Is there anything we need to follow up with? We're trying to get them everything they need. A powerful opening, a powerful closing, and you're in a very good position to get a decision.
Okay, we'll give it a shot.
Welcome back to the
All right.
city.
Thank you
Thank you so much, Steve. Thanks to both of you for having us again.
Sure.
And as we had discussed in our emails about today, the decision that we'd like you to make is that you have all the information that you need from transform data to be able to do your down select.
Right.
That's what we're really hoping for. So Nell and I have identified 3 things that could really help your company.
Okay.
Customizing technology that also fits within your budget.
Yes.
Upgrading your aging equipment and reducing your operational downtime. Now, is that accurate? Does that fit your needs? Fantastic. Then why don't we just get started on the first one? Let's dig in deeper to the technology, and Brooke provided some materials as well. We came today here with a goal to provide you with enough information from transform data so that you could make a decision. Have we accomplished that?
I think I have what I need.
I believe so, yep. I believe that we've addressed all the points of interest that we had concerns about, so yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Fantastic.
Great to hear.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it so
Thank
much.
you.
Productive meeting.
Thanks.
And so as you look at that last piece, that opening and their closing, again, if you were their coach, what would you say that they did well, and what would you maybe coach them to do a little bit better as you listen to that final open and close? Would you like that they did well? Go ahead.
I like that they addressed the concerns that he had, or the questions, objections, but they didn't sit there and stew on it. They said, okay, great, and then they moved on. from there.
Relatively quickly, right? It's like,
Yeah.
all right, great, let's start. And so we agreed upon where we were, and we move into that. Others, let's pick on something that you didn't like. So if you were their coach, either in the opening or in the close, what is something that you would add to that if you could coach them a little bit? What do you think? Gene?
Get a decision.
Yes, they kind of asked if they gave them everything they needed, but they didn't truly call the end in mind, right? And so they may leave and not have the decision made. And so sometimes in the meeting, we want to execute that decision. We're going to do that very soon with you, actually. And so it's about opening with the end in mind. Remember we said we're going to do 3 things with the end in mind. Precondition it, open with it, and execute it in the end. And so you heard them ask the question, but not really get an official decision. They said, yeah, I think we got everything we needed, which was what their end in mind decision was. And so from that standpoint, the opening and close, if you take a look at the back of your call plan, and we're not going to invest time here today to do this, but this is a vital, vital, vital piece of your whole presentation. You see the top of everything above the prepare the condition is all about the opening and the close. So how will you open and close this meeting with power? This is part of the beginning of you realizing, how am I going to actually bring this blueprint to life? Lots of information in there for you to be able to do that. And again, on page 37, some ideas in terms of things you want to put into that open and close as well. And so as we begin to kind of wrap up our day, we said that the goal was to create this call plan that was a blueprint. And now you have everything you need to actually turn that blueprint, if you will, into its building, into what it is, which is your next step in preparing yourself for the meeting. And so as we begin to think back through the day, I'm going to invite you to turn over to page 38 in your participant manual. And let's just kind of think through where we've been today. Several times today, we have talked about this mindset, and you actually see the mindset over on page 39. What was the mindset? Would someone mind reading that from page 39 or from the screen? What was our mindset that we focus on all day long? Anybody? Read it out loud. Go ahead.
My role is to influence decisions to achieve a win-win outcome.
My role is to influence decisions to achieve win-win outcomes. And we said from that mindset, we were then going to focus on 4 specific skill sets that you begin to put into play. So we spent some time identifying the end in mind decision, really getting crystal clear for me, for my team, for anybody on that side in terms of what the end in mind decision was. We talked a lot about being able to draft that, and you've got that draft now to work with. We then moved into addressing client key beliefs. Well, in order to execute that end in mind, the client's going to need to believe some things to be true. What is that? We focus on that concept of nothing extra at that point in time. Give them what they need to decide and nothing extra. Then we spent some time on resolving objections, both price and non-price. We talked about the 3-part response in terms of acknowledge, understand, and resolve. And then eventually we focused on preparing the conditions that would enable that good decision to be made, all with one result in mind. And what was that result? To increase our win rate, right? What we talked about. So here's what I'm going to invite you to do. Over on page 38, it says, my actions. It says, identify 2 to 3 actions you will take based on what you learned today. So I'm going to welcome you to actually just turn back to the beginning of the book, kind of thumb through and just pull out those 2 or 3 things, regardless of the playbook, regardless of what we talked about here today, those 2 or 3 things that you're excited to take out and just immediately put into action. It just hits you. You know it's something you want to put in. And when is the date you're going to put that into action? And then if you have not, I also want to make sure that you get the contact information for your accountability coach. Don't know if you had time to get that during the first break. So before you leave today, make sure that you get that contact information. And then what's the last thing you see there on the bottom of that? When you get that contact information, establish the date of your first meeting. When are you guys going to get together to go over Playbook Week 1? So let me give you a minute to focus on those 2 to 3 action items that you're going to focus on when you leave here. Just turn back to the beginning of the pages and just kind of thumb through and find 2 or 3 things you'll commit to and the dates. All right, let's hear from a couple of you. So as you work through, kind of thumbing through the whole day and everything we've covered, what just kind of jumps out to you in terms of, these are some things that I want to commit to putting into action right away? Who would share one that they wrote down there on page 38 in their book? Let's go to the back.
I love the idea of scoping my meetings down to a single decision. I have one single focus, And it kind of, think of it like train tracks. You're on the train tracks, it's easy to say, oh, that's not part of this, it gets derailed, and just push those other things off, so.
Yep, absolutely. Great action item to take. Back in the back, yes.
I've made a note of to stop avoiding the answer no. I tend to do that just out of habit. Just, you always want yeses, but I think I need to do a better job of addressing the issues and getting the no early enough to address them and keep moving forward.
Yeah, because if it really is a no, I mean, when do you want to know that, right? And so just stop avoiding it from that standpoint. Like what Craig said in that one video, it's not as if we enable the no that they're for some reason just going to automatically say no just because we enable it. So enabling the no actually enables the yes a lot better. So I like that one. What's another one? An action item you'll take. We've heard from those two tables. We'll hear from each of the tables. So we're going here, then we're coming to you guys. What'd you say, David?
I want to work on the three-part response. I want that to be fluid with me, that it just makes sense.
Yeah, and again, we've practiced it a little bit. You're going to practice it in the weeks of the playbook. It's around 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there. And you want to practice it to the point where it just becomes the way that you respond. It's not a process or a technique. It's just the way I respond when I encounter objections. And so I like the objections. Let's go to you guys. Would someone here share? As they all look at each other. No, you share. No, you share.
I want to stop apologizing for price.
Okay.
And be confident in more structured in my commissions.
Okay. Ken's an expert at not apologizing for his price, so if he's not your accountability coach, at least get him and his contact information when you start to work on that. That's a great one. And what about from one of you guys up here? What's something that you're going to start doing?
Stack the cards better in my favor. The preconditioning for the meetings.
Oh, okay.
That you're more prepared, you've done your due diligence, you have all your stuff lined up, and why not? I mean, that's just, you got to that point.
Yeah.
Be as ready as you can.
Yeah, I like it. Why not, right? He said stack the cards in his favor if you didn't hear what he said. And I'm thinking these cards, I'm like, what do you mean stack them in your favor? But what he said was precondition, which is really what that is. It's stacking the cards in my favor that I think through and I'm proactive in influencing those conditions and I precondition the meeting beforehand. Absolutely. We call it a difference that makes a difference because it can make a very big difference. And so we had started the day with an end in mind. Does anybody remember what our end in mind was? This feels like forever ago, doesn't it? Let me share it with you. Our end in mind for the day was for you to decide if you will consistently apply today's mindset and skill set to increase your win rate. There's 3 things you want to do with an end in mind. What's the first thing you want to do with it? Precondition it, right? Stack the cards in your favor. Second thing you want to do is open your meeting with your end in mind, which we did. And what's the third thing we want to do? Call it, close with it. And so let me see by show of hands how many of you will commit that based on today that you will consistently apply the mindsets and skill sets we talked about here today to increase your win rate. Let me see your hands if you'll consistently do that. All right, fantastic. So we've given you a whole bunch of materials to be able to do that. So let me just remind you of the things that you have at your ability of a resource to use to do that. And so we went back and we talked about early in the day, you've got the practice cards that you've used all day long. Like David said, he wants to learn the 3-part response. Then get in there and practice those cards. If that were true, if I wanted to become fluent in there, I would practice those cards until they're almost all memorized. I would just do them over and over and over again. I'm driving down the street. My wife's sitting in the car beside me just firing them out at me so I can just get it as a part of my pattern. So you've got all of those practice cards there to practice. Do not forget the thumb drive that we talked about. And a lot of the playbook weeks, there are additional videos. Now keep in mind, these are not the videos that you've seen here today. These are additional videos to supplement your learning that you've had today in the class. And so make sure that you look for each of those in the playbook when that process starts. We talked about the process of implementation being 12 weeks. And so let's go back and take a look at that playbook again. We said that during each of the weeks, there is a process to use, and then every 4 weeks, there's a call out. And you'll see that on each of the 4 weeks where it says report out. And you'll see right on that tab exactly what we're looking for you to do on that report out week. Get in touch with your accountability partner, your leaders, as well as with us. And then taking a look specifically at week 1, this is where you're going to start hopefully next week. And it's all about that measurement improvement. Remember, we gave you a definition for win rate earlier today. You're going to refocus on that. There's some work to do in terms of some videos, some conversations to have with your sales leaders to be able to focus on that. Also remember the importance, the vital importance of the accountability coach. having someone in this room, remember we've written their name down hopefully during the first break. You've met with them 2 or 3 times already today. Make sure that you get their demographic information in terms of their contact information and set up that first meeting. Studies have shown that when you actually set the date, you're much more accountable to actually having it. So when are the 2 of you going to get together to go over the week 1 exercises? So last thing I want to point out is if you look over on page, some of you had some questions at lunch, and so I want to make sure I point this out. If you look on page 40 and 41, we started the day by saying, a lot of you had questions at lunch about, well, what about this and what about that? Remember that today was all about one aspect of the sales cycle. And so some of you at lunch were having some great conversations about things that you wish were in here that were actually part of another part of our process. And so just keep in mind that close was one of 4 parts of the sales cycle. And so there's lots of information on these 2 pages about the other programs that we offer, what's inside of them, some online resources we have, and those kind of things. And so let me leave you with this thought, and then we will be done. It says, today is not a close of a training. And so we've been together for the past 8 hours. Don't think of today as the close of this training event, but rather the beginning or the start of a 12-week journey to increase your win rate. We welcome you to the journey, and we thank you for your time today. Absolutely.